Mouse. I just want to let you know I'm taking ownership. Whenever I take ownership, I'm going to Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the USPA Drug Testing National Championships presented by SPD. My name is Mike Newbern. You can find me on Instagram at kiltedlifter.com. And we're about to kick things off with squats. Get the day started here soon. Going to have a fun day today.
Center table.
As you can see in the chat, I just posted that we're going to have some guests coming by the table today. First up is going to be Kyle Young from Kabuki Strength. He's on Instagram as Kyle Kabuki. And so if you have any questions for Kyle, post them in the chat and we'll try to get to them when he's here. Probably going to have my buddy from Iron Rebel come on over and talk about some of his new gear. I picked up a pretty sweet mug, shaker mug that keeps things insulated, so I'll definitely be putting that to use today. And then we'll have some of yesterday's competitors swing by the table and talk about their experience as well. So get ready for the show. We're getting ready to kick things off here with Barbara DeAngelis. Barbara is a spry 76 years old coming to us out of Washington, Vermont. Also today, I am seated next to USPA National Referee Chair Bruce Takala. Bruce is a great resource for rules questions, and if you happen to have any questions for Bruce about rules specifically, and specifically as you see things happen in the live stream, post them up and we will do our best to help answer those as well. We got to keep in mind though that we're watching your chats post into the live stream, but your feed is slightly delayed. So we'll see you post your questions immediately as you post them, but you may be asking a question that happened a few seconds in the meet before us. So we're getting ready to kick things off with Barbara DeAngelis. She's attempting 121-pound squat. And that looks good from here, the judges say. Oh, no lift for Barb. So maybe she jumped some commands or something. Hopefully she'll get that squared away with the judges and get figured out what happened so she can correct that for her next attempt. Coming up next is going to be Lori Wortman attempting 159.8 pounds. This is going to be a master It's going to be a Minnesota State record. Masters 75 kilogram Minnesota State record for Lori for her opening attempt. Lori He squats down and stands back up, and that is a good lift. The judges give that 3 white lights. Emily McSwain is coming up. Emily's coming to us out of Hoover, Alabama, down in my new neck of the woods. And Emily's attempting an Alabama master 75 kilogram state record. There she gets the squat command. She squats down and stands back up. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is going to be 3 white lights for Evelyn. So that's a new Alabama state record. Up next is Sarah Buda. She's going to be our first open lifter for the day. She's coming out of Vermont, attempting 220.5 pounds at 164 pounds body weight. So the platform is ready for Sarah. Sarah is competing in Classic Raw and wasn't quite ready with her wraps when she was called up, so she's getting wrapped back there right now, and still some time on the clock. She needs to get the bar off of the hooks within the next 9 seconds, and there she goes. So she's going to be good to go with that. She gets the squat command. She makes it look easy. And that's 3 white lights from the judges, so that's good for Sarah. Hopefully the next time she comes around, she'll be able to get wrapped a little bit earlier and not run it so close and be able to work a little bit better on her timing there. Melissa Cass is going to be up next, coming to us out of Everett, Washington. Melissa's attempting 226-pound squat. And she squats down and stands back up with it. So that's 3 white lights for Melissa. Brittany Hassan is up next. Brittany's coming to us out of Richmond, Virginia. She's an RVA powerlifting team member, attempting a 264-pound squat. Brittany gets the squat command. Squats down and stands back up with it. That's a good lift from Brittany. Brittany is the first lifter that I've seen here in the competition so far wearing an official USPA singlet. You visit USPA.net to go to the USPA store and buy officially licensed gear that you know is going to be approved for competition and meets. Another great manufacturer of officially licensed gear, or not a USPA official licensed gear, but approved gear, is going to be Iron Rebel. You can find them online at ironrebel.com. I picked up a little bit of their gear this morning, so I'm looking forward to adding some of their elbow sleeves to my training and competition. Brittany's up next. She's coming out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. A 270-pound squat at 162 pounds body weight. She's competing classic raw. And a slightly guarded descent on that. Let's see if she makes it all the way down to the bottom. She got a good lift, so you look at the judge on the right side there. Saw something in her lift that didn't quite earn her a white light, but 2-1, so that's a good lift. We're getting those Ivanko plates loaded up for Brittany Hart. You can find more information about Ivanko at ivankobarbell.com. IvankoBarbell.com since 1967, providing innovation in the industry and the best calibrated plates in the field. Brittany's coming up with a 303-pound opening attempt out of Seattle, Washington. That's a good-looking opener from this side. The judges do agree. So that's 2 white lights for Brittany. 2-1 means that's a good lift. Coming next is going to be Giovanna Herrera out of Santa Clarita, California. So I see a bunch of folks coming in there cheering for red in the live stream. Help me understand who or what is red that we're cheering for. Go red. I see a lot of go red. Well, Sean Green, can you help me out with that? What is red? I mean, I realize it's a color, but we're cheering for somebody or someone. So Giovanna Herrera is up next with a 303-pound opener. She gets a squat command, squats down, and stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. Technically, that's a good lift, so 3 white lights for Giovanna. Sharon Trammell is coming up next out of Scio, Oregon. She's competing raw, attempting a 308-pound squat. Charmaine is red. Got it. Marissa is also red. So are these nicknames for folks, or so Sharon's got the squat command, squat stand and stands up. Definitely a strong enough squatter there. Let's see if it's technically a good lift. That is. It's 3 white lights for Sharon. Shariah Johnson is coming up next out of Kaiser, Oregon. Coming up with a 347.2-pound opening attempt at 164 body weight. So this is our first double body weight squat opener. And she's also competing raw, so probably going to see a lot of good things out of Shariah today. Okay, so Charmaine is red with 2 Ds, and Marissa is red with 1 D. Is that right? Yeah, there you go, Kristen. I see your answer there. So that's a good lift for Shariah Johnson. Rosalinda Pulido out of Delano, California is up next. Rosalina is a lady Pit Fiends lifter. So from where I was sitting yesterday on the screen, I thought that was an I after the second T on Pit Fiends, but there's not. It's just Pit Fiends. I sought out some of the team this morning to get correction on that, make sure I was pronouncing the name correctly. So I'm sorry for everyone I screwed up on it yesterday, but Rosalinda, we're getting that right for you today. So she's competing Classic Raw with a 380-pound opener at 150 pounds body weight. It's a pretty strong squat coming out of late team Pit Fiends. A very guarded descent, stands back up with it, definitely strong enough. And the judges 2-1 on the Reds there. So that's definitely going to be a no lift for Rosalinda. We'll see what she gets coaching from her coach there, and hopefully gets that squared away for her for her second attempt, so she gets on the board. Up next is Sarah Johnson, coming to us out of Clemens, North Carolina. In addition to Bruce joining me today, I'm also have a state referee out of North Carolina hanging out with us as well, Bobby Walden.
Who's underneath the table? I felt that. Yeah. Did you get them? Okay.
Sarah Johnson's up next with her opening attempt at 380. She gets the squat coming in, stands back up. It looks strong enough from here. 3 white lights, that's a good lift for Sarah. We're back up to the top of the order now with Barbara DeAngelis. It's 76 years old. Barbara missed her opener at 55 kilos. It was definitely strong enough, so she's decided to take a jump up to 65 kilos, 143 pounds. And that's a strong enough lift. Let's see if technically she's sound. So Barbara's on the board. Lori's coming up next with a Missouri state record attempt at 176.4 pounds. She's looking to break her state record that she just set on her opener. A little bit of a fight there out of Lori. Only one white light there out of the center. So typically is red lights on the sides mean that the lifter did not get down low enough.
Bruce, I forgot to tell you, Sarah Johnson's second attempt is coming up, number 9. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Evelyn McSwain is back up out of Hoover, Alabama, attempting at Masters 75 kilogram state record at 231.5 pounds. And she looks strong enough. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is one white light. So it looks like she also missed that on depth, Evelyn did. So in the rules, the top of the leg at the hip joint has to be below the top of the knee, below the top surface of the knee, in order to squat to depth for competition. So if the judges don't see that, then that's going to be a red light and that's typically what you see from the side. So the head referee awards a white light, but the side judges award a red light. And usually what we're looking at is an issue of depth. Sarah Buddha is up next with a 237-pound squat. And her opener was strong enough, she was on the board. A little bit of fight out of that one there. That's a good look from Sarah. Melissa Cass is coming up next. She's competing raw at a 248-pound squat, second attempt, 162 pounds body weight out of Everett, Washington.
115.
All right, here we go from Melissa. She got the squat command. Squat stands back up. Looks like she's strong enough there. Let's see what the judges say. That's a technically good lift. So Melissa gets her second attempt. Brittany Hassan with RVA powerlifting is back up with a 286-pound second attempt.
117.5.
Brittany Hassan is coming up with her 286-pound second attempt. She gets the squat command. Definitely strong enough there. Let's see if she gets that lift on the technical aspects. Yes, good lift for Brittany all the way around. And now Brittany Cook is coming up with a 292-pound attempt at 162.7 body weight. Brittany is coming to us out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. And that is no lift for Brittany Cook. She got a call on the side there as well. So get down there, work on a little bit of mobility, get down in the hole there.
Repeat, 135.
Giovanna Herrera is up next out of Santa Clarita, California. Classic raw lifter coming in with a double body weight squat at 314.2 pounds. And she gets the squat command. Oh, a little bit of a fight there. Yep, she pushes through. He looks strong enough. Through right lights, that's a good lift. Good lift for Giovanna. Up next is Brittany Hart out of Seattle, Washington, competing raw with a 319-pound squat. So we're starting to see some raw lifters with double body weight squats coming to the platform. She's definitely excited. She's definitely excited. So let's see if she's able to channel that energy into a good-looking squat. And that is 2 white lights. 2-1 makes a good lift for Brittany. Sharon Trammell out of Scio, Oregon, is competing raw with a 330-pound squat at 164 pounds body weight. And Sharon gets the squat command. Squats down and stands up. 2 white lights is a good lift for Sharon. Shariah Johnson is up next with a Oregon state record attempt in the 75-kilogram open division at 363.8 pounds.
162.5.
All right, Shariah is coming in with a 363-pound second attempt. She gets the squat command. Yeah, that was the fight there out of Shariah, and she gets the lift with 3 white lights. Rosalinda Pulindo is up next out of Delano, California. She's a lady Pity Fiends lifter, or Pit Fiends, carryover from yesterday. And she is looking to get on the board here. Mr. Opener with depth, question of depth. Yeah, she likes it. A little bit of grin on that girl. Yep, that's where that lights. Good lift. And we're back up to the top of the order with Sarah Johnson. So you notice in the last 2 rounds of this flight, Sarah was the second lifter and Barb was the first lifter. So the reason that changes up is because, oh, disregard. I'm sorry. Sarah's the last lifter in this flight. My mistake. We are not back to the top of the order yet. Sarah's coming in the same weight with 402.3 pounds. She gets the squat command. Oh, not quite there. She sank it, but she wasn't quite there. Now we're back to the top of the order for Barbara DeAngelis. They're loading the bar with 148.8 pounds for Barbara. Let's take a second to tell you about one of our sponsors, Lifting Large. You can find them online at liftinglarge.com. Lifting Large's goal is to create a shopping experience for strength athletes globally that offers a wide variety of training tools to help them excel, supplying only in-house tested products that they would use in their own gym and in training. Visit them online at liftinglarge.com. All right, Barb gets the squat command. Squats down and stands up. It looks strong enough. All right, and the rack command. Let's see if she stayed in their head. That's a good lift for Barb. All right, so Lori's up next. She's looking to better her state record of 72.5 kilos with an 80 kilogram squat. She missed it in the last round. Let's see if she gets it this time. And it looks like she's deep enough. May have been a little bit up and down motion there at the top. I don't know. We'll see. So 2 white lights. That's a good lift. Evelyn McSwain is coming up out of Hoover, Alabama. She's looking to better her state record of 95 kilos with a 105 kilogram attempt. That's 231 pounds. She also missed her second attempt. Here we go for Evelyn. Yeah, Evelyn's having some issues with depth and understanding what that looks like. So hopefully, or maybe she's just a little bit off today. I traveled in from Alabama myself as well, and I can tell you that it was a rough set of days on the plane and getting settled. So she's still got the bench press and the deadlift left to make up those numbers. She's definitely in the meet, so that's a good thing for Evelyn. Coming up next is going to be Sarah Buda out of Essex Junction, Vermont. She's attempting 235 pounds. It's a classic raw lifter at 164 pounds body weight. She's looking to have a perfect squat day. So let's see if Sarah has it in her to get that. Once she gets set up. She feels good about it. Let's see what the judges say. That's 3 hour lights for Sarah, so that's a perfect day on squats for Sarah. Melissa Cass is up next out of Everett, Washington, attempting 259 at 162.5 pounds body weight. She squats down and stands back up. Let's see what the judges say on that lift technically. That's a good lift for Melissa. 3 white lights. Coming up next is Brittany Cook, followed by Brittany Hassan. It's the Brittany show. Taking a 292.1 pound classic raw squat attempt as an open lifter. She definitely got her wrap issue squared away from earlier in the day. Get her timing down. She's plenty of time, taking her time getting set up, getting in the zone mentally, squaring herself in under the bar. Gets the squat command. And it's a good lift. 2-1 is a good lift for Brittany. Brittany Hassan is up next with a 303-pound raw attempt with RVA Powerlifting, Team RVA. This is a double bodyweight squat for Brittany. She's had a good day so far on the squat, so let's see if she carries that through and gets her final attempt and makes a perfect squat day. Brittany gets the squat command, squats down, and not quite there. That was a good fight, and she stays with the bar, which is really important. That you stay with the bar so that we don't risk the safety of the spotters and loaders. Giovanni gets the squat command, and not quite there. Brittany Hurt is up next with a 330-pound attempt, coming to us out of Seattle, Washington. Brittany walks the bar out. She gets the squat command. So let's see what the judges say on that one. 2-1's a good lift. So that's a perfect squat day for Brittany. She's off to a great start today. Sharon Trammell is up next, attempting 358.2 pounds, coming out of Scioto, Oregon. At 164 pounds body weight. Sharon walks the bar out. Gets the squat command. And not quite there. No lift for Sharon. Shariah Johnson is up next, looking to better her Oregon state record with a 167.5 kilo attempt. That's 369.3 pounds at 164 pounds body weight. And not quite there for Shariah either. Sarah Johnson's coming up with a 402.3 pound attempt. She missed this on her last round, on her last attempt, so hopefully she's going to be able to get it this time. So he gets a squat command. And she's not quite there on that one. So she's on the board, though. Got her opening attempt. So now finishing out the regular squats on the day is going to be a world record attempt in the classic raw division, 75 kilogram open, out of Rosalina Pulido from Lady Pit Fiends. This is a world record attempt.
Perfect, world record.
She gets the squat command. She feels good about it. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, she cut that a little high. It looked high from this vantage point. So no world record for her today. Barb DeAngelis is coming up with a world record attempt out of Vermont, 149.9 pound squat attempt. This 76-year-old lifter is attempting nearly her body weight in squat, which is a very strong squat, which is by reason it's a world record attempt. So she's taken a fourth attempt. You're permitted to take fourth attempts when your third attempt is successful and the fourth attempt is for a record. It can be any record, it can be a state record, a national record, or a world record. So she's exercising that to be able to get to a world record attempt for her squat. So here we go with Barb. She gets the squat command. She looks strong enough. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is going to be no lift for Barb. So definitely cut that a little high. She's strong enough though, so hopefully on her next meet she'll come back and get that mobility exercise for her squat. Kicking off Flight B with Danielle Haley with 128-pound body weight, 192.9 pound attempt. She's from Flushing, Michigan. And that's a good squat for Danielle. Bailey Panasiak out of Greenfield Center, New York. This is probably the longest I think someone would have traveled to get here today, especially if that's in the upstate New York area. Bailey gets the squat command. She squats down and stands back up. Looks strong enough from here. Let's see what the judges say on that one.
No lift.
That's no lift for Bailey.
Repeat.
Karen Lawyer is up next out of Richmond, Virginia. She's also an RVA powerlifting team member.
Good lift.
And that is a good lift from Miss Lawyer. Janet Best out of Mesquite, Nevada is up next with a 226-pound opening attempt. She's a classic raw lifter, a master classic raw lifter, competing at a body weight of 196.9 pounds.
I got plenty.
And Janet looks stronger from here. Let's see if she gets on board. The judges, no lift for Janet. Sherry Langwell is up next, attempting 242 pounds. She's also a master raw lifter, but she's coming out of Lost Creek, West Virginia. So Sherry is actually attempting a state record. We just got notification over here at the scorers table. She gets the squat command. And it's a strong lift, but unfortunately she didn't quite make it to depth. So that's a no lift for Sherry. Emily Keller is up next out of Louisville, Kentucky. Home of meet director Eric Freeman. By the way, we have meets. We have state representation in every state and meets happening all over the place. You can get more information about meets in your area at USPA.net under the calendar section. And then your state is selected. You can get your state through the drop-down menu. So Emily Keller's 259-pound opening attempt is good. Up next is Rachel Buffard. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. If not, then someone from Team Ironside can come up here and correct me. Ran into some of her team this morning at breakfast. A good crew of folks, Team Ironside folks are. But she's out of Oregon as well. So Oregon is the home of Kabuki Strength. You can find information about Kabuki Strength online at store.kabukistrength.net. They design, engineer, and manufacture novel strength equipment to push the boundaries of strength, performance, and health. Education-based research, movement, and strength education for a diverse range of individuals. I use the word education a whole lot in that. So Rachel gets her walkout, gets the squat command. And let's see what the judges say on that one. That is a no lift. It looks like she jumped a command there from this vantage point. That's something I heard Coach will be able to help her figure out for next time. Speaking of which, Kabuki also offers world-class coaching services for strength athletes around the world, and both in person in their lab in Oregon. And they're very active in helping out charities, giving back to the community, and in powerlifting. And like I said earlier, we hope to have Kyle from Kabuki swinging by the table today to chat with us about some of the things they have going on. Natalie gets the squat command out of RVA Powerlifting. at a 286.6 pound attempt. That's a good lift for Natalie. Giselle Cancino out of Cathedral City, California is coming up next with a 319 pound opener. So we are getting close to the double body weight squat range for this flight with Giselle's opening attempt. Look stronger from here. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is going to be throwing my lights. Julianne Preston is going to round out Flight B with a 160 kilogram opener out of Dickinson, North Carolina. She's a member of Team Bama Brick Squad, coming in at just under a double body weight squat opener as a raw lifter. It's back there taking a hit of some smelling salts. You can see towards the right of the live stream there, back behind the staging area. She gets set up, walks herself up under the bar, and gets the squat command. And it looks strong enough from here. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That's going to be 2 white lights, so no lift. She missed it on the side. Bailey Pontiac out of Greenfield, New York, Greenfield Center, New York, is coming back up to kick off the second round of Flight B with a 92.5 kilogram attempt. This is her opener. She's reattempting her opener. Hopefully she was able to get those issues squared away and make this attempt. Bailey walks it out, gets the squat command. And the judges say that is going to be no lift for Bailey. Bailey's coach is going to get some feedback from the refs there on why she missed it.
Did she move her feet? Is that what she missed it for? What? Did she move her feet? Is that what she missed it for? I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out over here at the scores table and the live stream mic why she missed that attempt. It looked like that side referee was saying that she moved her feet. So that would help us understand why the head ref and that side ref called it and the other side didn't call it. And so Danielle's attempt at 209.4 pounds out of Flushing, Michigan is no lift. Once again, everything sometimes not as easy as it looks. Karen Lawyer's coming up. Karen, by the way, is a junior lifter at 16 years old. Out of Richmond, Virginia, the RVA powerlifting. So this 16-year-old came a long way to compete in nationals. And let's see what the judges say on that squat. That is a good lift out of Janet. Yeah, the judge go up there, coaches go up there to the head judge to find out why she missed that on the on the front judge. But at 16 years old, that's a really good squat, so she stays healthy. She's definitely going to be something to reckon with going down the road. Janet Best is coming up next. She's looking to get on the board, repeating. Actually, no, she's going up from her first attempt by 5 kilos. All right, Janet gets the squat command. Let's see what the judges say on Janet's squat. That is a good lift for Janet, so she's on the board now. All right, Sherry missed her opener. She definitely looked strong enough to get that. So hopefully whatever technical issues she lost her opener on, she's able to get them squared away for this attempt. And she looks strong enough again. This time it's 2 highlights for Sherry, so that's good. She's on the board now. Emily Keller is coming up next. Emily, by the way, out of Louisville, Kentucky. If you've never been to Kentucky, by the way, there's a great dish out there called the Hot Brown. And reminds me a little bit of poutine, except it's over biscuits, not French fries. So for those of you that enjoy food but also enjoy fitness and health, there's a website community you can go check out called Kinda Fit, Kinda Fat. KindaFit, They're a community dedicated to those who enjoy fitness and food. So Emily's gets the squat command, and she looks like she powers through that one. I was a little worried there about her. Oh, no lift for Emily. I was worried there about her missing her, not getting up out of the hole because her hips came up a little bit faster than her shoulders did, but looks like she missed depth. So anyway, the Kinda Fit, Kinda Fat's a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food. Their mission is to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and still enjoy the process. They create a community where you can be and should be proud of your body no matter what stage of the fitness journey you are in. So eat that donut, join that brand, hit them PRs, join the movement, make them gains. KindaFit, KindaFat.com. Rachel Buffard is up next out of Portland, Oregon. She's with Team Ironside. And not quite there.
No lift.
So that's no lift for Rachel. Hopefully she's able to come back and get that on her final attempt. Definitely want to stay in the meet. If she doesn't hit this next squat coming up, then she unfortunately will be disqualified from the meet. She'll probably be allowed to continue lifting as a guest lifter, but her total won't count, and she won't be eligible for any competition prizes at the end of the meet. Natalie Fitz's second attempt at 303.1 pounds out of RVF Powerlifting, Richmond, Virginia, was a good lift. Coming up next is going to be Giselle Cancino with a California state record in the 75 kilogram open raw division. This is going to be 341 pounds at 164 pounds body weight. So this is a double body weight squat for Giselle. And she's pushing through. Not quite there for Giselle. Not quite there. She stays with the bar though, which is good. So she's going to repeat that. Get another shot at it coming up. So you're quite the cheerleader there, Kaylin. Do you happen to know all the folks that you're cheering for personally? You just being a cheerleader. Coming up next is Juliana Preston. Juliana missed her opener. So she looked strong enough. Let's see if she got her technical issues squared out from her last attempt. That's good lift, 2-1. Bailey Paniazek is coming up to round out final attempts on squats. Bailey has not been able to get on the board yet today. She's been having a little bit of a rough time getting her squats dialed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, she needs this final attempt to stay in the competition. 92.5 kilos, 202 pounds.
Well, Kelly, we're glad you joined us today to watch your friends compete at the 2021 drug-tested USPA National Championships presented by SPD. So let's really get behind Bailey on this one. She's needs to get this squat to stay in the meet. She's a junior lifter out of Greenfield Center, New York. And so she looks like she's strong enough. Let's see what the judges say. That's 3 lights. So she's in the meet. You definitely hear her coach back there really excited that she was able to get that lift. That's good for her. I always like seeing people stay in the meet. So Danielle Haley is up next. Danielle's coming to us out of Flushing, Michigan. She missed her second attempt. We'll see if she gets those issues squared up to get her third attempt at 95 kilos, 209.4 pounds. Bailey gets the squat command. That looks a little bit better from this angle. Let's see how she does there. And that's a good lift for Bailey. So 2 white lights is a good lift. Next up is another one of our junior lifters. So Bailey's coming in at 16 years old. Karen's also coming in at 16 years old. Out of Richmond, Virginia from Team RVA Powerlifting. She's attempting a 226-pound squat at 163.6 pounds body weight. Karen has had a really good day so far. She's hit all of her squats. Let's see if she can carry this momentum in through her final attempt. And she's not quite there. She's at the bottom. Coming up next is going to be Janice Best. Janice out of Mesquite, Nevada is attempting a national record, an 90-kilogram master division national record. So Jan's coming to the platform now. All right, Johnny gets the squat command, so here we go. Gonna attempt to break that Masters national record. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that one. Then it's going to be a good lift for Janet, so she's going to get her gear checked.
Once again, red platform ready for Kimberly Brown.
Coming up next is going to be Sherry Langrall out of Lost Creek, West Virginia. She's attempting a master 82.5 kilogram raw state record squat at 253.5 pounds. But Sherry gets the squat command, locks things in, looks strong enough from here, and that's a good lift. 2-1 means that's a new West Virginia state record. Emily Keller coming to us out of Louisville, Kentucky. $275.6 pound squat at 177.5 pound body weight. And Emily gets the squat command. And looks like the no lift for Emily. Rachel Buffard is up next out of Portland, Oregon with Team Ironside. But Rachel really needs to hit this squat attempt to stay in the meet. She's had a hard time getting things dialed in. So let's see if third time's a charm for Rachel. We're getting the racks set up for her, getting the bar loaded. Actually, she's the same way, so it's just a matter of adjusting the rack height.
That nose retaken. One of my spotters touched the weight too soon. The last lifter will go in the flight. Okay.
She'll be back for a third attempt, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for the backup, please.
All right, so here we go with Rachel. Rachel gets set up. She gets the squat command. So she was strong enough on this one. Let's see if it was, and unfortunately that is a no lift for Rachel. Really rooting for her, want her to stay in the meet on that one, but it's a question of depth, so. A little back and forth with the referees there. She's not happy about it, but the call's the call. Coming up next is Natalie Fitz out of Richmond, Virginia with RVA powerlifting with a 314-pound squat, third attempt. That's a no lift for Natalie. Just didn't have it in her to get that out of the hole today. Giselle is attempting a California state record. She missed this on her last attempt, so hopefully she gets this time. She's got quite the crowd out here cheering for her today. And it's just not quite there. Not quite there. She stays with the bar though, which is good. So Juliana Preston is up next with her final attempt at 369.3 pounds. Lots and lots of world records going down over the course of these last couple of days. Over on the red platform, we just had a new Masters World Record squat set, so it's a good show over there as well. If you're bouncing back and forth between the live streams, Juliana Preston is up next with a 369-pound squat at 178.6 pounds body weight. And that's a good fight from her. Good lift, 3 white lights. So we're going to have Emily Keller out of Louisville, Kentucky come up and reattempt her third squat. The spotters on the side pulled her out of the hole before she was done. And spotters touch the bar, I'd say no lift. But at the discretion of the meet director, you can repeat that attempt. And so Emily has decided to give that a shot. Oh, and she powers through. That's quite the show, quite the grinder, and that's a good lift for Emily. So we're glad that she came back to repeat that attempt. So now we're rolling right into Flight C, kicking things off with Aiden Barney coming in at 193.8 pounds, attempting a 220.5 pound classic raw squat out of Eugene, Oregon. Well, we're getting that bar loaded out. We're going to tell you a little bit about another sponsor, Granite Supplements. You can find it online at granitesupplements.com. Granite Supplements was developed to bring athletes better ingredients, formulas, and outcomes. You should know exactly what you're taking, so they dedicate themselves to producing high-quality products and delivering them with transparency. This is really important for tested athletes because we all have to follow the World Anti-Doping Association, or WADA, protocol. They provide pre-workout and amino supplements for all athletes that tested athletes can use and be certain they're not taking a WADA-banned substance. So we're going to finish getting all the referees swapped out, getting folks in different places. Getting ready to kick off Flight C. All right, Aiden is kicking us off. Flight C squats. Don't blink, you'll miss that one. So let's see what the judges say. That is going to be no lift for Aiden. Sarah Kashi is up next out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. She's a raw lifter attempting 248-pound squat at 198.2 pound body weight. Sarah is a junior lifter at 22 years old.
lift.
And that is a good lift for Sarah. She's on the board. Danielle's coming up next out of St. Clair Shores, Michigan. She's a master lifter, competing at 90 kilograms, attempting 270.1 pounds at 191.8 pounds body weight. Some of you college sports fans can appreciate the fact that I'm powering through that word describing that state up north. I am a proud Buckeye, so it's difficult for me to say the word Michigan. But Danielle looks like she put in a really good squat, so let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Danielle, so she's on the board. Coming up next out of Carlsbad, California, Team Ironmongers is going to be Jacqueline Stieber. Jacqueline is a raw lifter, attempting 292.1 pounds at a 190.3 pounds body weight. She's taking her time getting set up, getting in the zone. Jackie gets a squat command. And she definitely looks strong enough. Let's see what the judges say on that. It's going to be 3 white lights for Jackie. That's a good lift. Coming up next is Susan Hines out of Hansville, Washington. Just up the coast there. Susan is a master lifter with a 297.6 pound opening attempt at 185.8 pounds body weight. And that's quite the crowd out there cheering for Susan. Some shrieks are a little bit painful to the ears there. Susan gets a squat command. And looks strong enough. Let's see what the judges say on that one. It's going to be 3 white lights. Coming up next is Claudine Solis. Claudia Lena. Excuse me. Claudia Lena is going to be our first 300-pound attempt today. Out of Austin, Texas. She's a member of Team Bama Brick Squad. And it looks strong enough from here. The judges say that's a good lift. So she is on the board. Lori Hartle is coming up to attempt the same weight at 192 pounds body weight. So it looks like the competition today in Flight D is going to be between Laura, at least on squats, and Claudia Lena. Let's see how Laura does. She's wearing a Team Ironside singlet. And that is a good lift for Laura. Catherine Davis out of Norwood, Pennsylvania is coming up next. So if you take a look in the top right-hand corner of your screen for you folks on the live stream, you'll notice a Donate Now button. That Donate button is to help fund the USPA Powerlifting Foundation. Catherine Davis gets her walkout at 314.2 pounds. Gets the squat command, squats down, stands up with it. It's a strong squat. Let's see what the judges say. That's 3 white lights for Catherine. So the USPA Powerlifting Foundation is a nonprofit organization out of Irvine, California. It was founded by Hall of Fame lifter and coach Liz Friel. Liz's goal is to provide those in need an opportunity to change their lives and become empowered through the sport of powerlifting. You can donate now to them using the button up in the top right corner of your screen. You can also visit our website at uspapowerliftingfoundation.org. Kariana Sorensen opens up with 330 pounds on the bar, and that is a good lift for Kariana. 2 out of 1 means a good lift. So coming up next out of Tampa, Florida is going to be Lachey Roley. And Lachey gets the squat command. And it looks strong from here. Let's see what the judges say on that. That's 3 white lights for Lachey. Coming up next is Christine Tupper with a 347.2 pound opening attempt. Christine comes to us out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Christina Tupper is attempting 347.2 pounds. And that's a good lift for Christina. So you notice that Christina is wearing a face mask. She's the first lifter that we've seen so far actually on this platform, coming to the platform wearing a face mask. That is not currently required here in California. Lifted all the restrictions. And it's currently not required by the USPA. However, the rules have been updated to permit the use of face masks by lifters on the platform that choose to wear them for their own protection. So coming up next is Nicole Prait out of Findlay, Ohio. Mild neck of the woods. Saw Nicole outside of the ballroom this morning. And that looks like a good lift for here for Nicole. The judges agree that's 3 white lights for Nicole. She's on the board. Go Bucks. And here we are again. I'm having to use that word for that state up north. Shemaine McVeigh is coming into us out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Attempting the same way as Nicole. And it looks like Nicole and Shemaine are going to be both open competitors in Flight C in the 90 kilogram weight class, looking to secure the top spot, the national championship. So pretty certain you know who I'm rooting for, someone from my old stomping grounds and a fellow Buckeye. And Shemaine gets locked in. Oh, that's a strong looking squat. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is 2 white lights. 2 to 1 is a good lift for Shemaine. Happy to see that she's on the board. Up next is Aiden Barney. They're getting the plates taken off and loaded up for her to get the the platform ready for Shemaine. I'm sorry, for Aiden after Shemaine's lift. So yesterday was a pretty long day for us here. We kicked things off at about 6:30, 7 o'clock, getting things set up, live stream set up, going through some briefs and whatnot. And towards the end of the day, we were really rocking out the Monster Energy and Rain Total Body Fuel energy drinks. You can get more information about Monster at monsterenergy.com. They're providing us with a Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, and Ultra Series, as well as the Muscle Monster Vanilla Shakes. They're pretty tasty. I had some of those this yesterday afternoon before I did it to myself. So Aiden Barney is stepping out her squat. She's repeating her opening attempt. No, she went up from her opening attempt, so she was definitely strong enough, just had some technical issues that she had to get cleared up. So let's see if she got those taken care of this time, and that's a good lift for Aiden. She is on the board. Coming up next is Sarah Kashi. We also had Rain Total Body Fuel providing us with energy drinks. I enjoy a little bit of their drinks. Some of them taste like cotton candy. So you can get more information about Rain at rainbodyfuel.com. The Sarah Kachi steps up to the platform with a 270-pound squat. This is her second attempt. She's on the board with the first one out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. And that looks strong squat. That's 3 red lights for Sarah. And the platform is ready for Danielle. Danielle's looking to better her previous attempt, coming into us from St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Definitely looks like a strong squat, and technically it's a sound lift, so that's 3 white lights. Jacqueline Stieber is up next out of Carlsbad, California. She's a Team Iron Mongers lifter. Now, you take a look at Danielle's scorecard, athlete information. You see 3 check marks out by her name. So she's doing the full power, PL is full power, bench press only, which is BPO, deadlift only, which is TLO, but she's not doing the push-pull. Push-pull would be bench press and deadlift. It's not all events offer push-pull. I'm not sure if it's offered for this event or not, but she's doing some crossovers. So the advantage to that for her is, for example, if she never made her squats, she wouldn't be out of the bench press only or deadlift only events. She would still be competing in those, but she would be able to full power event because you have to make at least 1 attempt from each lift to get a qualifying total in the full power event. But that's no worry for her so far. She's hit all of her squats or hit her opener. So her second attempt is underway. And from here, that looks good. That's going to be 3 white lights. Claudialina Solis out of Austin, Texas, Team Bama Brick Squad, is coming up next with a 325-pound attempt. She's a raw lifter at 31 years old. The blue platform is ready for Claudialina. And a little bit of work on that one, and that is 2 white lights. 2 to 1 is a good lift.
Hillary is up. Ready to go on the red platform. 286 pounds on the red platform.
Susan Hines is up next to take a 325.2-pound second attempt. Her first attempt was good. She's on the board. Let's see what the judges say about this one. That is no lift for Susan. All three judges award red lights. That usually means that a command was jumped or feet moved, or something other technical that really stood out. Laura Hartle is up out of Portland, Oregon, and she is attempting a 325-pound squat. She's definitely strong enough, but is also technically sound lift, so good lift for Laura. Coming in, this is Catherine Davis out of Norwood, Pennsylvania, with a 330-pound raw squat. And Catherine's squat looks pretty good from here. The judges agree that's 3 lights for Catherine. Kiriana Sorensen is attempting an Oregon open 90 kilogram state record at 347.2 pounds. 1. Walks the bar out, gets the squat command, and strong enough lifter, and is a technically sound lift, so Kiriana gets 3 lights. Lachey Rolay is up next. Coming into us out of Tampa, Florida, attempting 363.8-pound squat. All right, she walks the bar out, gets the squat command, locks everything in, squats down, and stands back up with it. And that is a good lift for Lachey.
Good lift there for Lachey on the blue platform. Christina Tucker is up on the blue platform, 369-pound, second attempt. She's lifting out of North Carolina. In Greensboro, North Carolina. In my first national in 1993 in Greensboro.
Christina Tupper is back up with a 369.3-pound squat. It definitely looks strong enough to me. Let's see. Oh, no lift for Christina. Once again, there on the sides, when both side judges call red lights, it usually means squat depth was the issue. So coming up next is Nicole Prate.
We had a little lift for Christina Tucker. Nicole Prate is
Nicole's attempting 374.8 pounds. She gets the squat command. And not quite there for Nicole on the squats. No lift for Nicole. So now Shemaine is coming up looking to get that squat that will put her out in front of Nicole. All right, Shemaine walks the bar out. She's looking pretty confident. She gets the squat command. And that's a good squat from Shemaine. Shemaine is definitely a strong lifter. And it's really interesting to watch her breathe and brace her core, because you can actually observe when she does that core bracing. Breath 1, 2, 3, and then you actually see her brace her core before she attempts her squat. Aiden Barney out of Eugene, Oregon is coming up to round out Flight C squats. And that is a no lift for Aiden. Aiden is being coached by Kyle Young from Kabuki Strength. You notice that in the side of view over there, Kyle stepped out to watch Aiden take her squat. Aiden's out of Portland, Oregon, where Kabuki Strength is based. Kabuki Strength is manufacturer of high-quality bars, some of the best bars on the market. I'm a big fan of their squat bar, and they actually have some here that you can see at the meet today at their booth. You can also go online at store.kabukistrength.net to check out all of their gear. Specialty bars, all kinds of special implements, special equipment. They have some pain pills over here too. I might play with one of those a little bit this afternoon. Sarah Kashi is up next, looking to have a perfect day on the squats. And that one looks good from here. The judges all agree that is a perfect squat day for Sarah. Danielle Valentine is up next, coming to us out of St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Yeah, Laura, it definitely looks like that Shemaine Red with 2 Ds is coming out here and putting in work. Means business today, so it's definitely a pleasure to watch somebody work like that, even if they are from that state up north. Danielle Valentine is up next with looking to make her day perfect so far on squats, and she does not. That's a no lift for Danielle. Susan Hines is up next, attempting a world record. Susan, at 53 years old, is attempting a 90 kilogram raw master world record out of Haynesville, Washington. She missed this attempt on her. Actually, no. Yeah, she missed this attempt on her last round. She missed this weight, so hopefully she's able to get this here and secure that world record. And she's strong with the squat and stand back up with it. Let's see if it was deep enough. And yes, that is a new world record. So the referees are going back there to track her down to get that gear check in. We had a lifter yesterday that attempted the state record and got the attempt successfully, but ran away before her gear could be checked, and her state record was struck down. So she did get the lift for the meet, but was not awarded the state record. So it looks like that they tracked her down to get her gear check so that she would get credit for that world record. Jacqueline Stieber out of Carlsbad, California with Team Ironmongers is up with her third attempt, looking to have a perfect day on the squats. And it's just not there today for that weight. 336.2 pounds. It's not quite there for her today. Up next is Catherine Davis out of Norwood, Pennsylvania. Catherine's looking to get her perfect squat day on the books. And that's no lift for Catherine. Probably a depth issue. Coach is getting some feedback so she can get that corrected for her next competition. Claudialina Solis, third attempt at 336.2 pounds is no lift. She doesn't have it in her to get that weight today. Up next is Laura Hartle out of Portland, Oregon. Coming up to round out her day. Round out her squat day with a 336.2 pound squat. And that is going to be no lift for Laura. The left side judge, from this side, we're seeing the same thing the left side judge sees, or pretty close. It looked like it was high on this side, so sometimes lifters get in their head for those big weights and cut depth slightly. So hopefully she'll be able to get that squared away for her next competition and get that weight. Kiriana Sorensen is up next, and she's looking to have a perfect day on squats with an Oregon state record at 352.7 pounds. This is going to be an open 90 kilogram Oregon state record attempt. And she squats down and stands back up. Let's see if the judges say that's a good technical lift. And it is. That is 2 white lights, 2-1 means a good lift. Christina Tupper is up next, attempting a North Carolina open 90 kilogram state record at 374.8 pounds. Christina Tupper is up to get her last attempt in the books today. And that's a fight. She's definitely, no lift for Christina. All right, Nicole Pratt is up. She's looking to get her 170 kilogram attempt on the books. If she gets this attempt and then Lachey and Shemaine all get theirs, that's going to be a pretty good fight there for first place in the 90 kilogram open competition. Only 5 kilograms will separate the top 3 lifters in that weight class. And it's not quite there. No lift for Nicole. She's not happy with herself after that. All right, Lachey's up next. Out of Tampa, Florida, with 175 kilo third attempt. And it's not quite there today. Shemaine McVeigh out of Clinton Township, Michigan, is up next to attempt 175 kilograms. She makes this attempt, it's going to be a solid lead for her to be in first place for this weight class coming out of the squats. Coming up next is Shemaine. With a 385-pound squats. This is 175 kilograms. This will secure the top spot in the 90-kilogram weight class competition if she makes it. And unfortunately, none of those top lifters in the 90-kilogram weight class made those top squats. So that'll shake things up quite a bit. Of course, things can change quite a bit throughout the rest of the day. We have some bench press or deadlift specialists hiding in the wings. It's going to line up to be a pretty good contest to watch today. We're going to roll right into flight D squats with Mackenzie Haven out of Dickinson, North Dakota. She'll be attempting 253.5 pounds. She's a junior lifter out of North Dakota, weighing in at 217.6. So we're going to have all super heavyweights for Flight D.
I'm Alexander Perez.
I need to get a sign over here that says, please don't talk to the guy with a microphone. They'll come right up and just ask me a question.
You're doing fine.
And I'm like, I'm right here in the microphone, and come up and ask me a question, and I don't want to, take away from you guys paying for the live stream, but I don't want to be rude to folks come up to ask me questions, need help. Thankfully, I'm seated next to Bruce Takala, who is the USPA National Referee Chair, and I can just direct folks come up to ask me questions at the table to him. All right, so Mackenzie opens up Flight D with a good lift. That's a good lift out of Mackenzie. All right, Susan Chambers is up next with a 270-pound squat opener. Susan's out of the Chicago, Illinois area. Coming out of the Windy City. She gets the squat command. She squats down and stands back up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. Technically a good lid for Susan. She's on the board. Up next out of Flanders, New Jersey is Hannah Ensel with a 303-pound opening attempt. Hannah comes up to the bar. Gets herself locked in. Very determined walkout out of Hannah. She gets the squat command and squats down and stands back up. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is technically a good lift out of Hannah. Coming up next out of Lancaster, California is going to be Alexandra Washington at 308.6. Coming in at 208.6 pounds body weight. Lancaster is a pretty popular name for a city. There's a Lancaster, Ohio, Lancaster, Tennessee, of course, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and Alexandra out of Lancaster, California. And there are actually a couple of Newbern names for cities in the States. There's a Newbern, Tennessee, and a Newbern, North Carolina. So my namesake. Alexandra gets her walkout, gets the squat command. Definitely a strong looking squat out of the young Alexandra. That's a good lift for Alexandra Washington at 18 years old. Alexandra stays good and strong. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with down the road. Coming up next out of Springtown, Texas is Sarah Webb. Sarah will be attempting 314 pounds. And Sarah's singlet is making me hungry for some donuts. I hear there's some donuts over there at the Kinda Fit, Kinda Fat booth today. They have a booth here. You can find them online at kindafit.com. Sarah's open at 314. She squats down and stands back up. Definitely a strong looking squat. A forceful lockout there from Sarah. So that's a good lift from Sarah. Kindafit, kindafat.com is a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food. Their mission is to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and still enjoy the success. They're committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body, no matter what stage of the fitness journey you are in. So hit them PRs, make them gains, eat that donut, join the brand, join the message, join the movement. Kindafit, kindafat.com. Up next is Abby Fulkerson out of St. Louis, Missouri, attempting a state record. Abby is squatting 385.8 pounds. She gets set up beside the rack in plenty of time. There's a squat command for Abby. And she's a strong squat. Let's take a look, see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights.
I'll get Chris over here. It's coming back.
So that is a good lift for Simone. Up next is going to be Sion Lister coming into us out of Bellevue, Washington with 391.3 pound squat. Coming up next is Mandisa Berg. She is attempting the same weight from Daly City, California. Pretty determined walk out there out of Mandisa. Very guarded descent. Strong stand up, and let's see, that is no lift from Mandisa. Probably an issue of depth on that. So coming up next is going to be Bonnie Hogue out of Greenfield, Indiana. Bonnie's attempting 446.4 pounds at a 270-pound body weight. We're getting into big numbers now. Bonnie gets the squat command. Squat stand, stands back up. Let's see what the judges say on that lift. Technically good lift. Bonnie's on the board. Coming in next is Gabby Dixon with a 468.5 pound squat. She's also with Team Ironside out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. The bar is loaded for Gabby. She's getting some wrist straps on. She's got plenty of time still yet. So Gabby was told to stay clear of the platform to do her wrist wraps. Told her to put on her wrist wraps. The only piece of equipment that lifters are permitted to adjust on the platform is the belt. Everything else needs to be secure before the lifter comes to the platform.
And she needs that lift to stay in the competition.
Gabby hangs out down at the bottom to make sure that they know that she's hitting depth. So that's good for Gabby. Coming up next to round out flight D squats is Marissa Wilson. Marissa's squat at 518 pounds out of Largo, Maryland is a world record attempt. Her opening squat is to break a world record. So we have all the appropriate judges in place. So a world record opener for an open division squat is lordy. Wow. A good lift out of Marissa Wilson to set a new world record. Super heavyweight open division squat. That's quite impressive to watch. Get the bar stripped back down. Loading. Mackenzie Haven is opening up the second round of Flight D squats with a state record attempt, a North Dakota state record attempt. Mackenzie is a junior lifter at 17 years old, attempting a 275.6 pound squat. And that looks good from here. This is what the judges say on that. That is going to be 3 white lights for Mackenzie. That is a good lift for Mackenzie. Now they're going to set the bar up for Susan Chambers. Susan's out of Chicago, Illinois, going to take a 281.1 pound second attempt. Her opener was a smoke show. Let's see how her second attempt goes. That's a good job, Susan. Got 3 white lights on that attempt.
Bruce, are we taking 10 and 15? Yesterday we took 20.
Oh, we took 15 yesterday.
Huh?
I think we took 15 yesterday. Yeah. But they'll announce it.
Alexandra Washington is coming up next out of Lancaster, California. She's attempting 330.7 pounds. Alexandra's come up to attempt a world record, junior world record at 330.7 pounds. She gets the squat command, squats down and stands up, and that looks like it's going to be a new junior world record for Alexandra Washington. That was a strong squat. Something tells me that Alexandra is going to be giving Mackenzie a run for her money down the road. Coming up next is Hannah Ensel at the same weight out of Flanders, New Jersey. So unfortunately, Anonymous UD YTP, the live results are not posted. Oh, correction, you are Shione's other biggest fan. Thanks for the correction on that pronunciation. The live results are not posted, but if you pay attention, I'm trying to keep those updated for each, because each weight class is its own flight, so I can try to keep us updated. And that is going to be a good lift for Hannah, 2 white lights and 1 red. Also, Shione's biggest fan, because the flight order is determined by weights, you can tell where folks are in the standings. The stronger lifters are at the end of the flight because they don't have to take the weight off and add the weight back up, take the weight off and add the weight back on. And so when we're back to the top of the flight, you're starting back over at the top of the flight, the lighter weight, so you're going to have the lifters that would be towards the end of that class, weight class in the competition. But that's really only for open. For masters lifters and juniors lifters, it'd be a little bit more hard to tell. All right, Sarah's back up the platform with her donut-themed singlet. And Sarah, it's a very aggressive lockout, and that is a good lift for Sarah with 3 white lights. You're welcome, Shione's other biggest fan. I'll tell you what I'll do for you. If you follow me on Instagram at Kilted Lifter, and I'll just put that tag here in the chat, I'll take a photograph of the standings after each flight, and I'll show them to my story for you. So coming up next is Shione. I'm scrolling back to make sure I got the pronunciation correct. And hopefully I do. I can't find it. And she is rocking out a 413.4 pound squat. That's 3 white lights for Shione. Abby Fulkerson's up next out of St. Louis, Missouri. She's attempting a state record open, 90 super heavyweight state record open attempt. Abby comes up to the platform with 413.4 pounds loaded on the bar. Very deliberate unrack out of Abby. Walkout's looking good so far, and she gets the squat command, locks it in. And Abby makes that look easy for her second attempt. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That is 3 white lights for Abby. Coming up next is Mandisa Berg out of Daly City, California. Mandisa is the only lifter in Squad D that missed her opener. So hopefully she's able to come back and get that on the second attempt so that she's able to stay in the meet. Mendiza unracks the bar, walks it out, gets the squat command. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say on that. See if she gets on the board. She's on the board with 2 white lights. So now all the lifters in Flight D are on the board. All of our super heavyweight lifters, that's the 90 kilogram plus weight division, are on the board. Bonnie Hogue is up next to get a 212 kilogram squat in the books. That's 468.5 pounds out of Greenfield, Indiana. And she squats down and stands back up with it, and the judges say that's going to be no lift for Bonnie. It's actually cut a little bit high on that. So hopefully she'll get that squared away for her next attempt. Getting any mobility issues, or a lot of times, like I said before, lifters just get in their head with these bigger weights in their back. Coming up next is going to be Gabby Dixon out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. She's a Team Ironside lifter. She is coming really close to 500 pounds on this squat. And Gabby is getting set up, taking her time, getting underneath the bar, getting everything all locked in. She's still got plenty of time left at 20 seconds. Once she gets off the hooks, then the clock stops. She can take her time getting set up. She's definitely strong enough. Let's see if that's a technically sound lift. And the judges say 2 white lights. 2-1 is a good lift. That's a good job for Gabby. Coming up next is going to be Marissa Wilson. Marissa is attempting a 540-pound squat, attempting to break her previously set world record. Her world record opener attempt was a smoke show. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching her third attempt. And here comes Marissa. She's getting braced up underneath the bar. Watching Marissa really closely is 60 kilogram open world record squat holder Amanda Laurie. Hopefully we get Amanda over here to the table a little bit later to talk about her world record squat attempts. And Marissa once again puts on a clank on how to squat. And the judges say that's 3 lights for Marissa. That is a strong, strong lifter right there, folks. That is a lot of fun to watch. I got tingles coming up my spine over that one. So we're going to get the bar tore down and reset to go back to the top of the flight. They're taking those Ivanko plates on and off the bar. The IvankoBarbell.com since 1967 has been, their goal has been to introduce innovation to the industry and perfect existing technologies. They're proud of their rich contribution to the history of barbell and to the lives of those who use their products to pursue physical health and strength. IvankoBarbell.com. Susan Chambers kicks off the third round of Flight D squats with a 292.1 pound final attempt out of Chicago, Illinois. And definitely a strong enough squat. And the judges agree that his 3 highlights.
Good lift.
His next attempt is 160 kilos, 352 pounds for a junior weight attempt from Tennessee, Nevada. His one, Milan Tucker.
That was good lift.
Mackenzie is coming up next. She's attempting a North Dakota state record at 297.6 pounds. She's a junior lifter, 17 years old. Going to be big things coming out of her in a couple of years when she gets in the open division, because she's got some good-looking squats with her. That is a good lift for Mackenzie. Coming up next is going to be Alexandra Washington. Alexandra Washington out of Lancaster, California, is attempting to break her previously set junior super heavyweight world record at 342 pounds. It's an 18-year-old female squatting over 1.5 times her body weight, weighing in at 208, squatting 342.8 pounds. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So she gets up on the platform, adjusts her belt, taking her time getting set up. She's got plenty of time left. Takes her time getting set up, bringing her hands in the bar, brace her lats together, get that shelf built, gets the squat command, and man, it's a strong lift. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That's going to be 3 white lights for Alexander. That's a new junior super heavyweight world record. Now, we may not be fully finished with squats. Just remember that if you have a successful third attempt and you want to break a record, you can take a 4th attempt to attempt to break that record. That number will not count towards your meet total, but it will count towards the record to break the record. So coming up next is Sarah Webb out of Springtown, Texas, attempting a 352.7 pound squat at 249.7 pounds body weight. So Sarah accepted the platform and racks the bar. She gets ready, gets all braced in. There's the squat command. And that forceful lockout from Sarah again, and that's going to be 3 white lights for Sarah. That's a good lift. Hannah Insel coming to us out of Flanders, New Jersey with a 363.8 pound squat attempt, weighing in at 234.1 pounds. Just a reminder, those of you watching the live stream, I've been asked to post results. So what I'll do after the squats are over is I'll just go to the IronComp software here on the computer sitting next to me and take some pictures of the IronComp current standings. So you'll be able to see where your lifters are with projected scores, projected dots, projected totals. So watch my story. That handle again on Instagram is Kilted Lifter, KILTED lifter.com. If you were here at the event, you'd see me walking around in a kilt today. Hannah's third attempt at 363.8 pounds is going to be unsuccessful. And I'll post that handle again to Instagram or to the chat one more time for you. We appreciate all you guys logging in to watch the live stream today and support your friends and lifters that are out here putting in work. I know it's a work day for most of you folks, and you're having to multitask from your jobs and whatnot, so we hope you are enjoying the show. Or for those of you that work night shift and are staying up to watch this when you would normally be sleeping, we really appreciate that as well. My dad worked night shift for 20-something years as a diesel mechanic, so I definitely have a soft spot for folks that have to do that. Mandisa Berg is up from Daly City, California. She is attempting 424.4 pounds. Very controlled descent out of Mandisa. And she stands up with it at nearly the same pace. So quite the fight there out of Mandisa to squat 424.4 pounds. Unfortunately, the judges on the side didn't see it that way. And that is going to be a no lift for Mandisa. Next up is Shione Lister out of Bellevue, Washington, attempting a 429.9 pound squat.
This is 195 kilos, 429 pounds.
Shione unracks the bar, walks it out, gets her feet set up, gets the squat command. And just like her t-shirt says, I believe that she executed that lift. The judges agree that's 2-1. That's a good lift for Shione. Abby Fulkerson is going to attempt the same way out of St. Louis, Missouri. She is from team Brick by Brick. This is going to be a Missouri State record. A little tongue-tied there, 429.9 pounds.
Just a reminder, we're taking a 15-minute break. 15-minute break after squats on both sides.
So Abby is stepping up to the platform. So we'll get all braced in and locked in. Guys, we're going to take a 15-minute break after the squats. We'll be showing some of our sponsor commercials, so some pretty neat stuff. So don't walk away. Be able to see some neat information from some of our sponsors. And of course, there's going to be that to my IG story there. I'm going to go in and share the current IronComp display so you'll be able to tell where your lifters stand. Abby gets the squat command, very controlled descent. She looks strong, so let's see what the judges say on that one. That's going to be blue white lights for Abby. That's a good lift for Abby. Coming up next out of Greenfield, Indiana is Bonnie Hogue attempting 479.5 pounds. Bonnie took a jump from her second attempt, adding 5 kilos on. I think think she missed her last attempt based on depth, and she feels like she's pretty strong enough to get this 217.5 kilo attempt. So we'll see how she does. And the platform is ready for Bonnie. She's getting her wrist straps all locked into place. All right, and Bonnie is up now. She's getting up under the bar, getting all locked into place. Controlled descent. Bonnie gets in the hole. The crowd thinks that's a good lift. Let's see if the judges say that's a good lift for Bonnie. 2-1. Up next is going to be Gabby Dixon out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. Team Ironside. She's attempting a open super heavyweight raw squat state record at 518.1 pounds. Gabby's had a perfect day on squats so far at 212.5, 225 kilos. 235 kilos is a little bit over a 10-pound jump from her previous squat. The bar is loaded for Gabby. Gabby gets all locked into place. Gets the squat command. And that's quite the fight out of Gabby. Let's see what the judges say on that one. It's 2-1. That is going to be a good lift for Gabby. So coming up next is going to be Marissa Wilson, attempting to break her previously set smoke show of a world record at 562.2 pounds. So the red platform is close to being on a break, but loads of folks are coming over to the blue platform to watch Marissa put on a show. I'm really excited to see this. So the clock is ticking for Marissa. She's got plenty of time, though. Getting all set up. Getting herself braced into place. Walkout looks good and clean. There's the squat command from Marissa. And good golly, Miss Molly. 3 white lights from Marissa. I am going to be surprised if her and her coach don't get together and decide to put her on the platform for a 4th attempt and get really close to a 600-pound squat. She's getting her gear checked by the referees. And it looks like we're not going to be taking any 4th attempts. So that's going to be the end of squats for the day. Guys, that was 562.2 pounds. What a squat out of Marissa. I am really looking forward to seeing what she can do the rest of the day. Very, very strong female.
Got a minute to do it.
So we're going to be taking a break now, going to show some commercials and getting things set up. So we're going to be taking a break for 15 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the IronCom software and grab some screenshots of the computer so you guys can see where your lifters stand.
And that was it. Okay. Because
You're going to see the bench press opener. So what you'll see is you'll see the bench press opener, and then out towards the right, you're going to see projected total, PROJ total. that's going to show you what their total is based on what their opening bench press attempt is and what they successfully got in squats. And then you'll see dots and projected dots. The dots and projected dots come into play for best lifter overall. So what you'll have is for that particular flight, so for 75 kilogram open, you'll see 13 lifters, and the top lifter will have a predicted total of 265 pounds. However, another lifter right above her has a higher dot score, but she's in a different competition. She's a Classic Raw competitor. So hopefully you'll be able to get all those similar information, and I'll do my best to interact with you guys in my Instagram story to answer those questions for you. So we're going to that break now, and I'll shift over to the other computer to get some screenshots for you so that you can see where your lifters are. And we'll see you back here at the live show in 15 minutes.
We are a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food.
We have a mission to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and enjoy the process.
We are committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body.
No matter what stage of the fitness journey you are on.
From fat to fit.
Hit them PRs, make them gains, and eat that donut.
Join the brand, join the message, join the movement.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
The USPA Powerlifting Foundation was started back in 2019. Our mission is to help people who are less fortunate, that don't have the financial resources available to become involved and participate in the sport of powerlifting. The foundation provides financial support for training and competition-related expenses for athletes who apply and become sponsored under the foundation's program. Expenses such as coaching and gym memberships are covered, lifting equipment, entry fees to competitions, and mentorship to make sure that all of the sponsored applicants are successful in their mission in becoming involved and giving back to the sport of powerlifting. To learn more, please visit our website at uspapowerliftingfoundation.org. If you're a company that would like to assist in our efforts, we would love to hear from you.
Welcome back to the show. We are getting the blue platform all ready to rock and roll for you for bench presses. So hopefully those of you that were interested in where your lifters were for the flights were able to make some sense out of the photographs I took of the IronCom software. We come back from getting a little bit of bite to eat and going to the restroom. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to fully finish my lunch, so you might hear me doing that during the beginning of the bench presses. Up first, kicking off Flight A bench press is going to be Barbara DeAngelis. If you remember from earlier in the day, Barbara set a state record. Well, her opener bench press is a world record attempt at 60.6 pounds.
Same thing. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Bruce, on Evelyn McSwain, they changed her spot to 5.
Evelyn,
Yes, 9 and 5.
ready?
Into the mouse again.
We need boxes.
Go ahead.
Well, we're going to change the camera view for you on the bench press so you can see the lifter's glutes on the bench. I'm trying to change the view.
32.5.
What is it?
32.5.
Coming up first, actually, is going to be Lori Wortman. Coming up first is Lori Wortman with a 82.7 pound bench press attempt. This is for a state record. And so Lori's opening attempt is going to be 3 white lights. That is a good attempt. Opalata, you can go to my Instagram. I'm going to post my handle again in the chat for you. And they are in my story.
4, 5, 45.
Sorry, Opalita, you can go to my Instagram and check out my story. I just posted my handle in the chat, and you'll be able to see the photos of the IronCom software to see where your lifters stand. Coming in next is Evelyn McSwain with an 88.2 pound attempt. This is for an Alabama state record. That's a good attempt for. That's a good attempt. Therefore, that Alabama state record attempt from Evelyn. Up next is going to be Sarah Buda from Essex Junction, Vermont, attempting 104.7 pounds. And that is going to be a good lift for Sarah.
57.5 kilos, 126 pounds, opening attempt for Giovanna Herrera. This is out of San Antonio, California.
52.5.
Giovanna Herrera is up next with a 126-pound bench press opener. She gets set up under the bench. Gets a good grip on the bar. She's elected to not use a handoff person. Do the handoff herself. And looks like she jumped the start command. Looks like she jumped the start command on that lift. So for the bench press, there are 3 commands. There, after the command, the platform is ready. Lifter comes out to the bench, gets set up on the bench, takes their hand off or takes their lift off, and then the first command is going to be start. The lifter initiates the descent at the start command until the bar is touching the chest and motionless, when the head referee will give the lifter the press command. And then once the lifter receives the press command, the lifter presses the bar off the chest to full lockout in one motion. So there can't be any downward motion after the press command. And then the lifter will get the rack command, and that's the command to place the bar back on the hooks. Brittany showed us what that looks like, so that's a good lift for Brittany. Brittany Cook is up next. She's attempting 148.8 pounds. Yeah, I clicked the thing and didn't get it to work. Oh, you turned off. And then if I want to show my face, I turn that commentator view. Okay. Okay. And that's a good look for Brittany. Up next is Melissa Cass. She's taking the same weight out of Everett, Washington. Melissa had a perfect day on squats. Looking to carry that same momentum in a bench press with a 148.8 pound opening attempt. Now she gets the start command. That was no lift for Melissa. Usually when a lifter gets red lights on the side like that, it means that the glutes came up off of the bench. So during the performance of the bench press, the lifter must maintain 3 points of contact. The feet with the floor, the glutes with the bench, and the shoulders with the bench. The head can come up off of the bench during the course of the lift, and you'll see that Brittany has shown us what a good arch looks like. The back does not have to be flat on the bench. That's going to be a good lift for Brittany.
She's attempting 75 kilos, 165 pounds, opening attempt. Lifting in the 75 kilo class.
Sharon had a good day on squats. She's going to be attempting 165.3 pound opening bench press out of Scioto, Oregon. And she's being handled today by Kyle Young of Kabuki Strength.
Good lift.
That is a good lift for Sharon Trammell. Up next is going to be Sarah Johnson out of Clemens, North Carolina. Sarah is going to be opening with 90 kilograms, which is 198.4 pounds. She got her opening squat, but wasn't successful in any of her subsequent attempts, which means she's on the board. Anything after that first attempt is really gravy, breaking records and trying to win the competition.
Sarah Johnson is up all the way with her 98 pounds. Red platform ready for Alice Beck. On the blue platform we have.
And there's 3 white lights for Sarah, so she gets her opening bench rest. She's on the board.
Thank you.
So notice that Sarah is getting her gear checked after that state record attempt. We checked the lifters to make sure that they're wearing legal gear. Still, they checked on something that was legal and then change or switch something up during the meet to give them an advantage. So the gear is checked after each successful record attempt. Rosalina Pulido is a good lift there at 95 kilograms. Up next is Soraya Johnson, who's also from Oregon. She's a Team Ironside lifter attempting a state record. And that's a strong lift from Shreya. The judges agree that's 3 lights for Shreya. That's a new state record for Oregon. Barbara DeAngelis is up to the bar with a 71.6 pound world record attempt. She got her opener at 27.5 kilos. She's looking to better that by 5 additional kilos. Opalita, you can continue to stream this on your phone if your phone has that capability, and just listen to it while you're at work, if you like. Barbara DeAngelis' attempt is good, so that's a new world record. Up next is going to be Lori Wortman.
Well, right in the view of the camera right there.
Okay, cool.
The camera's right there. Yeah, thanks. Lori Wortman is up next with her second attempt at 45 kilograms. That's 99.2 pounds. She gets a handoff from her coach. Gets the press command, locks it out, and that's a good lift for Lori. So the lifters are able to use their own handoff person or the handoff person that's at the meet. And once the handoff is given, then the handoff person becomes the front spotter. But they have to move off of the platform during the course of the lift so that the head ref can see the lift. Evelyn McSwain is coming up with her second attempt for an Alabama state record at 104.7 pounds. She gets the start command, press command, and presses it up. And let's see what the judges say. There's 3 lights for Evelyn. good lift.
47.5.
You are definitely welcome, Opalita. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Just open your email on your phone and tap the link to watch the live stream on your phone. Make sure you shut down your PC first, though, so you don't try to get dinged for watching it from two devices at the same time. That's a good lift for Sarah. She's got a good day going so far. Coming next is Giovanna Herrera. Giovanna is attempting 132.3 pounds out of Santa Clarita, California. As you guys take a look at the head referee, you'll notice the referee making movements with the hands, actually calling the shots, is wearing a blue shirt. At the national championship level, all referees have to be national referees or higher. So national referees, nationally certified referees, or international referees. Some of the referees you're seeing walking around in red shirts are state referees. And so they've gone through the process to become a referee under another qualified referee, making calls and judgments on a written test, and then having competed for at least a year. So Giovanna, looks like that's a good lift for her. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, no lift. So probably brought her glutes up off the bench there on that one. That's usually what it means on the side. She's getting some feedback from the ref, and it looks like that's what he's motioning to her. But the young lady sitting next to the woman in the blue shirt is, you see, a state referee, and so she is technically getting a national level practical. So this is going to be able to count towards her advancement to a national referee. As a state referee, you have to ref 16 meets, 64 flights, do 8 weigh-ins. There's a whole bevy of other things that have to be done before you can get to the national referee status. And this is counting for her advancement towards national referee. Brittany, second attempt. She looks like she's strong enough. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 outlets for Brittany, so she is successful there. So another piece of information, a little tidbit of information. Those two women at the front of the bench press, the young lady in the red shirt is actually active duty Army, and the woman sitting next to her, the young lady sitting next to her, is her mom. So that's a mother and daughter team on the head ref chair. Melissa Cass looks like she's going to get this attempt. Let's see what the judges say. That's 2 white lights from Melissa, so that's definitely a good lift. So Bobby Walden is the active duty Army soldier in the red shirt who's now picked up the expediter duties, and the job of the expediter is to get the next attempt from the lifters, get it written down on a clipboard, and then she will run it over here. You see her run across the camera to bring us that attempt. And now she gets ready to go back. And Brittany Cook gets a good lift for her second attempt. And now Brittany Hurd is up to the platform with a 170.9 pound bench press attempt out of Seattle, Washington. That is a good lift for Brittany. So another little fun fact, Bobby Holden, the referee that is in the red, is standing right next to her dad. So it's a family affair for the Holden family. She competed yesterday on the red platform as a single play lifter. Her father is a international referee, her mom is a national referee, and she is a state referee working towards her national referee shirt. Coming up next is Sharon Trammell at 181.9 pound attempt, weighing in at 164 from Scio, Oregon.
When you get a chance, I added blocks to the bench. Just hand it back to me. 82.5.
That was a good lift for Sharon. Sarah Johnson is going to be taking her second attempt out of Clemens, North Carolina. Now she missed her subsequent attempts on the squats. Let's see how she does on the bench press.
I realized I did that as soon as I handed it to you, and I was like, oh shit, I'm going to see that.
And Sarah gets placed up under the bench. It's a lift off from her handler. There's the start command for Sarah. And she looks like she's going to be strong enough. What a fight. Did she keep those glutes locked down on the bench? There's a little bit of a question there. No. Unfortunately, that's no lift. No lift for Sarah. Rosalina Pulido is up next. Rosalina is attempting a world record classic raw 75 kilogram open bench press attempt. And golly, that looks like that's a good lift for Rosalina. She is competing with Team Lady Pit Fiends. I learned what that meant this morning from our coach. Tara, there's only one blue platform. There are two platforms. There's the red and the blue platform. So if you go to USP.net, you'll be able to see the live roster. So you can make sure that you are on the platform that that the person you want to watch lift today is on. Give me a second, I'll post a link to that page here in the chat.
Sharaya Johnson, blue platform, Oregon State representative. Pushes it up, locks it up, and touches 70. Good lift, and Oregon State record for Sharaya Johnson.
Sharaya Johnson's got a good lift. Barbara DeAngelis is up. We are back to the top of the order. Barbara's looking to break her previously set world record at 77.2 pounds. At a spry 76 years old, Barb is showing us what strength sports are all about.
Masters world record attempt, 77 pounds. She's got the first two attempts already. Masters world record attempt is 75-79 age group. And
that is a good lift for Barbara. So you also noticed that there was a little bit of musical chairs going on there with the referees. Whenever there's a world record attempt, we need to have at least 2 gray shirts on the platform, 2 international referees on the platform. And so that's what that switch up was for.
Good lifter on the red for Casey Lynch.
And that is going to be no lift for Lori Warman. Didn't quite have it in her to get that off her chest. Coming up next is going to be Evelyn McSwain out of Hoover, Alabama. She is looking to have a perfect day on the bench press and finish out the day bettering her state record.
115 pounds. Elizabeth Jones is up on the red platform, 154 pounds.
Evelyn gets set up. Hoover's just outside the Birmingham area, and I am living down that way. It's currently where I live in that general vicinity of the country. So I had the pleasure. That is a good lift for Evelyn. So that's a state record for her. She finishes day strong. We'll see if she's going to take a 4th attempt. That was a pretty good lift. All right, coming up next is going to be Sarah Buda, who's had a perfect day so far out of Essex Junction, Virginia. She's attempting 126.8 pounds at 164.5 pounds body weight. And that is a good lift for Sarah. Giovanna Herrera is up next. Guys, Giovanna missed her first 2 attempts on the bench press, so she really needs to get this one to stay in the meet. If she fails on this one, then she is no longer in the meet. She'll be able to deadlift potentially as a guest lifter, but her deadlifts will count for nothing, which is a bad situation to be in if she was coming into a meet today hoping to break a deadlift record, because the records wouldn't count if she didn't have a total. You have to have a total for any of your records to actually count. And let's hope she got that one. It looks good from here. 3 rallies for Giovanna. So whatever technical issue she was having, she definitely overcame for that final attempt. So Gally and Kathleen, we have to have at least one person walking in front of the camera to bring us the next attempts. That's what the expediter is doing, and we'll try to limit that to times when a lifter is not actually on the bench. Up next is Brittany Hassan with a 3rd attempt from RVA Powerlifting, and that is going to be a no lift for Brittany. She definitely jumped the start command, or the rack command on that lift. Yeah, we're sorry about that, guys. We're doing our best. I will walk out to the platform and instruct some folks to help me keep a better job policing that camera for you. a better job. Not keep a better job. But get mixed up on my words there. And Melissa Cass, third attempt at 159.8 pounds is a good lift. Coming up next is Brittany Cook out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, with an 170.9 pound bench press attempt.
On the third platform, loaded up, 77.5 kilo, 170 pounds, third attempt for Brittany Cook from Oklahoma. Red platform, Samantha Gage, pushing up. And a good lift for Samantha today with 187. Alex Hubelman is up on the red platform, 90 kilos, 98 pounds. Her second attempt, Brittany Cook on the blue platform.
So coming up next is Brittany Cook. Like I said before, the 170.9 pound bench press. She's going to get the handoff from her handler. She's all set, so there's the start command. And it's going to be no lift for Brittany. Just didn't quite have that weight in her today.
I didn't forget about you. Charlie's up for bench right now, and then I'll come on.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
You're going to talk to Steve about that one.
All right, now Brittany Hurt is up. Brittany's final bench press attempt is going to be 181.9 pounds. She's out of Seattle, Washington, weighing in at 164.9. And that is just nailed to her chest. That's not coming off, so no lift for Brittany. Coming up next is Sharon Trammell out of Scioto, Oregon, with a 192.9 pound bench press attempt. Sharon is getting all set up. Gets the handoff, the start command. And that's a good fight. Looks like that's going to be 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Sharon. She's happy about that. Coming up next is going to be Sarah Johnson out of Clemens, North Carolina. She's attempting 203.9 pounds. This is going to be our first 200-pound bench press for the day. All right, here comes Sarah's final attempt. She gets a clean handoff. And unfortunately, it's no lift for Sarah. She just didn't have it in her to get that finished up today. Rosalinda Pulido is coming back up to the blue platform with another world record attempt. She's a Lady Pit Fiends competitor attempting a 231-pound bench press at 154.1 pounds. He called it early. I wonder what he called it for. Maybe up and down. The referee called off a lift. So he's going there communicating that to her and her coach, giving his daughter a little embrace there. So going back to that story, right? The head referee in that gray shirt is the father of the expediter right now, and the husband for the head referee that replaced him in the front of the chair. So it's a family affair for the Walden family. Coming in next is Shariah Johnson. She's going to be rounding out Flight A bench press. And her bench press is called off as well. So I'm going to walk out there and let the crew know where the camera is and ask for some help in policing that. So you guys are just going to have to watch the screen for a minute without hearing me yap at you or show you a commercial. All right, here we go in Flight B. We're kicking things off with Janet Best. She's going to be attempting 77.2 pounds out of Mesquite, Nevada. Janet is a master lifter weighing in at 196.6 pounds. Janet needs boxes to place under her feet. And so lifters are that don't quite have the legs from the knees to the ankles to get their feet firmly planted on the ground can elect to use a box. That's a good lift for Janet. Coming up next is going to be Karen Lawyer. Karen is out of Richmond, Virginia. She's an Team RVA powerlifting. Karen is a junior lifter attempting a 99.2 pound bench press attempt. And that looks like a good lift from Karen. Next up is going to be Emily Keller, coming in at 104.7 pound attempt from Louisville, Kentucky.
Hey Tom, that camera showing the view is right there. You see it to the left when you walk past. So if somebody's on the bench and ready to bench, you can wait until their attempt is done. That way we can see the live stream.
I was in the way?
Yes, sir. You walk right past it while somebody was taking an attempt.
So Emily Keller's up next.
You can see it right there.
Okay. So I enlisted the help of someone to police that area, but then that spotter moved to the head of the platform, so they weren't back on the backside anymore. So now Rochelle Buffard is up. So Rochelle is going to be competing, actually not competing. She's lifting as a guest lifter from here on out because she missed all of her squats. So unfortunately, she won't be able to set any records on the squat or the deadlift, and will not get a total for the day. but she came prepared to lift, so she's at least going to get some lifts and under the same conditions as she would at another meet and just be able to gauge where she's at. So that's a pretty light. So her open at bench press is good. Up next is Bailey Paniazek out of Greenfield Center, New York, coming in with a 137.8 pound bench press attempt.
6'5".
On the red platform, we got Morgan Rutherford. Going for a third attempt. 170 pounds. Bailey on the blue platform.
Bailey gets the handoff from her handler. And from here that looks good. The judges agree. That's 3 lights for Bailey. Coming up next out of Lost Creek, West Virginia is Sherry Langrel. Sherry is attempting a master 82.5 kilogram West Virginia state record at 143.3 pounds. So Sherry gets the start command. And that looks good from here. The judges agree that's a good lift for Sherry. So she's on the board of the state record attempt. So up next is Danielle Haley out of Flushing, Michigan. Danielle's a junior lifter at 181 pounds. She's attempting 148.8 pound bench press. So Danielle Haley's attempt is actually a state record. So she gets a handoff from the meat provided a little bit of confusion on the rack heights for her. She's got 15 more seconds to get that bar off of the hooks. And that's a good lift for Bailey. She gets that new state record. Coming up next, or Danielle Haley. Coming up next is going to be Giselle Cancino out of Cathedral City, California, attempting a 165.3 pound bench press attempt. That is just shy of her body weight, which is a strong opener for females. A bodyweight bench press is a very respectable bench press. And so Giselle gets her handoff from her handler. And that looks like that's going to be a good lift. Indeed it is. So you'll notice that Giselle, when she took her hand off, she took it with her glutes off of the bench and then brought her glutes down before she got the start command. Those glutes have to be on the bench during the entirety of the lift. And the lift starts when the start command is given by the head ref. So a lot of times the head ref is not able to see the glutes on the bench. And so if the lifter brings their own handoff person, it's really to their advantage to use that handoff person to cue the head ref when it's okay to give that start command by stepping off the platform. You'll notice in Natalie's lift that the head referee doesn't give the start command until that handoff person steps off of the platform. Then Natalie has a good attempt there at 170.9 pounds out of Richmond, Virginia. Coming up next is going to be Juliana Preston. Oh no, that was Sarah Kashi. Disregard. That actually was Natalie Fitz. Sarah's not until flight C. Sorry about that. Juliana Preston is up next with a 187.4 pound bench press opening attempt at 178.6. Juliana Preston at 82.5 kilograms has a good lift. Janet Best is up. We're back to the top of the order. Janet is attempting an 88.2 pound bench press attempt. Janet is a master lifter at a spry 56 years old. Remember, she's using those blocks again to make up for that difference in length of her knees to ankles. And the top of the bench to the floor. And you see Janet gets the handoff from her handler, gets the start command, and the press, and we are, looks like that's a good lift for Janet. That's 3 white lights.
It's right there. Yeah. When you were taking the picture, you're right in front of the view. You're fine right there.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to help those folks understand where that camera is so they're not blocking your view. Karen Lawyer is up next with a second bench press attempt at 104.7 pounds. And that looks like a good lift for Karen. Indeed it is. Coming up next is Emily Keller out of Louisville, Kentucky. With a 110.2 pound second attempt. And Emily executes her lift flawlessly. That is 3 white lights for Emily. Coming up next is Rachel Buffard. She is a Team Ironside competitor out of Portland, Oregon. Rachel gets a handoff from her handler. And gonna watch that right foot. Oh, that's a good lift for Rachel. Bailey Poniazek is up next with a 148.8 pound bench press attempt. And Bailey, it's a 3 white lights. Up next is Sherry Langrel. She's looking to best her West Virginia Master state record from her opening attempt with a 70 kilogram lift. That's 154.3 pounds. Sherry only missed her squat opener. And it looks like she's going to have to come back and give that a shot in the next round. Danielle Haley from Flushing, Michigan, is attempting a junior 82.5 kilo raw bench press state record. Danielle with a very strong arch, loads of flexibility. And she's going to take the handoff from the meat-provided handoff person wearing that SPD shirt. SPD is the title sponsor of the Drug Testing National Championships this year. And it is just stuck to her chest. You can get more information about SPD at us.SPD Apparel. SPD Apparel USA is the U.S. distributor of SPD Apparel, the market leader in supports, clothing, and accessories for strength and fitness. Giselle Cancino is up next with a 170.9 pound bench press. And that is 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Giselle. Natalie Fitz from Rich, Virginia, at 29 years old, is attempting a 176.4 bench press. That's just a little bit over her body weight. Once again, that's a really strong bench press for females. You have to keep in mind the world record bench press in an 82.5 kilogram weight class is just over 200 pounds. That record's actually held by Landry Peden at 237 pounds. That was set last year at Nationals in Columbus. And so Juliana Preston set a state record at 198.4 pounds. That's a good lift. We're back to the top of the order now with Janet Best. She's going to try to finish up her bench press today with a 99.2 pound bench press. Just barely coming close to that 100 pound barrier.
That was a smoke show watching you lift. Yeah. You gonna be around tomorrow? Are you gonna be around tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm gonna be here all week. I don't know if I'm
Sorry, guys, I was a little distracted by that bomb-ass squatter we saw earlier today. Wanted to tell her what a good show she's putting on. I'm trying to see if I can get her in front of the microphone when she gets done lifting. So hold on, we'll see if we can get that happen.
We'd love to come by and have you chat with us. Maybe around tomorrow. I don't want to stop you from your lifting at the end of the day, but yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, so Karen is up now with a 110-pound bench press. She's out of RVA powerlifting. And that is going to be a good lift for Karen, so that's a perfect bench press day for her. And that's going to be no lift for Emily. She just didn't have it in her to get it off her chest. Coming up next is Sherry Langle. She's looking to better her state record from her opener of 65 kilos. Going to reattempt her second attempt selection at 70 kilos. That's 154.3 pounds. All right, so Sherry's asking for a handoff from the meat-provided front spotter. And it looks like she got in there and corrected what it was last time that caused her to get that lift. That's 3 hours for Sherry, so that's a new West Virginia state record. Rachel Buffard is up next out of Portland, Oregon. Rachel, by the way, is lifting as a guest lifter for the remainder of the day because, as you can see from her athlete information card, she missed her squats. And unfortunately, she only entered the full power only event. Rachel gets her handoff. And that third bench press attempt is going to be a no-go for Rachel. Coming up next is going to be Bailey Pinazek. I am totally butchering her name. I don't think I pronounced it the same way a single time yet. So she's getting set up. Lots and lots of arch in her back. That helps to bring up the chest of the bar, so it lowers the range of motion and it also increases lat engagement. So there's less use of the front delts in the bench press and more in the back. You often hear the term big back, big bench. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Billy's not going to get that one today. That's where that comes from. The bench press is actually full body movement. Using leg drive, your back, addition to your traps, chest, and front delts. Coming up next is Danielle Haley out of Flushing, Michigan. She's attempting a junior state record in the 82.5 kilogram weight class with 165.3 pound bench press. Daniel's getting all set up, getting ready to rock and roll. She missed this last attempt, so hopefully she's able to pull it out for this one. And it's just not there today. No lift for Danielle. She's on the board though, so she's definitely in the meet. Giselle Cancino is up next from Cathedral City, California. She is attempting a 176.4 pound bench press at 164.5. Michelle's getting all set up underneath the bar. And notice that she's the lifter that takes the handoff with her glutes in the air. So her handoff person stays until she gets her glutes planted, gets the start coming in. And then the press, she's putting in a good fight, and it looks like he's just not going to be there. Once the referee sees that downward motion, they call off the lift. Natalie Fitz is up next. She's going to be attempting 181.9 pounds at 82.5 kilograms weight class. So that's 171.6, coming in at 181.9 for her attempt. She's out of Richmond, West Virginia, Team RVA Powerlifting. Had a really good day so far. I only missed her final squat. And she makes that look easy. Let's see. Yep, that was three white lights. That's a good lift. Juliana Preston's up next from Dickinson, North Dakota. She's attempting an open 82.5 North Dakota state record attempt at 97.5 kilos. She set it on her previous attempt at 90 kilograms. This is going to be a 214-pound bench press. Guys, this is just shy of the national bench press record by only 20 pounds. She is just shy of the world record by 20 pounds. Coming in at 29 years old, if Juliana stays healthy, there's a good chance that she could be a world record holder in a couple of years. Let's see how this looks first. And unfortunately, that doesn't come off her chest. All right, that's going to finish up Flight B bench press. Next, we have Flight C bench press coming up with Sarah Koshi is going to be opening this flight. Hopefully, you Koshi fans are coming back into the mix. Good to see Sarah lift quite a bit. We're going to take a little bit of a break to swap out the referees and give the spotters a little chance to get something to drink. In the meantime, we're going to give you some information about one of our sponsors, Iron Rebel. So Iron Rebel, you can find out more information about them at ironrebel.com. Their apparel and gear are made to keep up with the latest, or made not to keep up with the latest fads. Instead, they're just timeless pieces of equipment that will last you a long, long time and deliver great results. I myself went and picked up a So if you take a look down there at the bottom of the screen, you see my microphone. I myself went to pick up an Iron Rebel insulated shaker, so I'm keeping my water nice and cool in there all day long. Still cold. And it's been there since this morning before the meet started. So I have the live stream technical person right here behind me. So I'm going to let him know that we've been having some issues with the live stream. I'm seeing that on the chat, so I'll let him know so he can hopefully get that squared away. I'm showing him in the chat where you guys are letting us know that the live stream is going in and out. So hopefully he can find any technical issues and get that corrected. And that is a good lift for Sarah. Have the mouse. So we're going back to the view for the bench press. So you're all set there. That camera view is back on. I'm gonna let you guys look at my ugly mug for a little while. Up next is Aiden Barney. Aiden's coming in from Eugene, Oregon at 132.3 pound bench press attempt. She's weighing in at 193.8 today, or yesterday actually for weigh-ins. That is a good lift. Up next is Danielle Valentine out of St. Clair's, Michigan. She's opening up at 137.8 pounds at weighing in at 191.8. She is a master lifter at a spry 44 years old. So Danielle gets the handoff. And the press command, it looks like a good lift from here. Let's see what the judges say. That is going to be 3 white lights for Danielle. That's a good lift. Up next out of Hansville, Washington is going to be Susan Hines. Susan is also a master lifter at 3 years old. She's attempting a 143.3 pound bench press at 185.8 pounds body weight. And so Susan gets her handoff from her coach or handler, the press command. And I wonder if she moved her right foot on that. That was probably the spotter loader that did that. So that's a good lift for Susan. Up next is Claudialina Solis. She's with the Bama Brick Squad, coming in with a 165.3 pound bench press opener. She's out of Austin, Texas. She had a good show on the squats today, only missing her final attempt. So she gets the handoff. The start command, you see her lower the bar to her chest, remain motionless for the press, and then press up in one motion. And the rack command, the bar goes on the hook. So she got a red line on the right-hand side. And I don't think or left-hand side, so it'll be the opposite side of the bench. Or she and her coach didn't go out and seek any clarification, so I'm not sure what that was for. But that was a good lift regardless. Next up is Laura Hartle. Laura is out of Portland, Oregon. By the way, Portland, Oregon is also the home of Kabuki Strength. Kabuki Strength is a manufacturer of, and that is a good lift for Lori. Kabuki Strength is a manufacturer of some of the best bars on the market. They design, engineer, and manufacture novel strength equipment to push the boundaries of strength, performance, and health. They also do research-based movement and strength education for a diverse range of individuals, from beginners to pro athletes. And of course, there's a world-class coaching services for strength. World-class coaching services for strength athletes around the world, in person and at the lab in Oregon. And they also help out others and give back to the community with their charitable efforts. So we moved the camera for you a little bit there. And I will let Chris know that you like that camera angle. So Koshi's #1 fan, what camera angle were you talking about? Were you talking about looking at the top of the lifter's head on the bench press? And that's going to be a good lift for Jacqueline Stieber. Coming up next is Christina Tupper out of Greensboro, North Carolina. She's attempting a 181.9-pound bench press at 196 pounds. She hit her bench press opener, and then that was it for the day. So I think the goal of moving the camera to where it's at now was to give folks something to walk behind, so that way they weren't walking in front of the camera.
Red platform will next feature Kristen Rockwood, and on deck, Amira Lamb, Kimberly Brown in the hole, Sierra Motion 4 out.
Christina makes easy work of that. Let's see if the judges agree. Oh, they don't agree. So that was a glute off the bench infraction from the judge on the right-hand side. Also, the two judges you're seeing in the view of the screen there, the two blonde judges, blonde female judges, one with the blue shirt and one with the red shirt, that is Bobby Walden and her mom, Mrs. Walden. She's getting some practical work for her national referee certification. Catherine Davis is up with a 187.4-pound bench press attempt at 184.1 out of Norwood, Pennsylvania. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say on that. So that's 3 highlights for Catherine, so that's a good lift for Catherine. Up next is Kariana Sorensen. She's going to be taking the same weight, so it's just a matter of swapping out the rack heights for her. All right, so Kariana gets the handoff from her handler. And Kariana's using a closer grip on her bench press. This is a successful bench from Kariana Sorensen. You've seen some lifters grab the bar really wide. There is no minimum space you have to maintain between the hands on the bar, but you do have to keep the hands inside the rings. So there are 2 rings on the bar. You can see the impression of the rings a little bit if you look really close. And the hand has to stay in contact on the outside of that, so you can't go any further out than your fingers not covering the ring. But on the inside, there's no minimum requirement. So next up is Shemaine McVeigh, also known as Red. See if I got that right. Look over the chat so you guys can tell me if I get that right. So she makes easy work of her opener, and the judges agree that's 3 white lights for Shemaine. Up next is Lachey Role out of Tampa, Florida, coming in with a 203.9-pound bench press opener. So Lachey, Nicole, and Shemaine are definitely our top lifters in the 90-kilogram weight class. So this is a pretty fun fight to watch. So Lachey is going to get the lift off from her handler. The start command. And she's definitely strong enough, but it looks like, oh, that's 3 white lights. So she definitely kept her glutes on the bench. It looked like they came off a little bit, but she's definitely kept her glutes on the bench. Up next is going to be Nicole Brate out of Findlay, Ohio. My old stomping grounds. I was with USPA Ohio for a while before I took a job in Alabama to be close to my family. All right, Coach, she's number 1 fan. We understand you like this angle best, so I tend to like it too. Also, it gives the folks that are walking back and forth something to walk behind. So that was a good lift for Nicole. Michelle Bashor is up next. Michelle, by the way, is a bench press only competitor coming out of Missoula, Montana. So when you look at her athlete card, you see no numbers in her squats because she's doing bench press only. That X mark beside BPO means that she's doing the bench press only competition. So she's gets her hand off. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. That is going to be 3 white lights for Michelle. So she is on the board. And that actually was a world record bench press attempt. She's got to get her gear checked by an international level referee. Sarah Koshi is up next. Sarah has had a perfect day so far out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. She's attempting 121.3 pounds, coming in at 192.8. She's a junior lifter at 22 years old. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Sarah. Up next is Aiden Barney out of Eugene, Oregon. Aiden's going to be attempting 137.8 pounds at 193.98 pounds body weight. So as the days progress on for us here as part of the staff, we are definitely taking advantage of some of the energy drinks that are being provided to us, both by Monster Energy and Rain Total Body Fuel. You can find more information about Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com. I'm actually trying their Muscle Monster drink right now, which is a protein shake with Monster Energy ingredients in it, so it's energy and protein, vanilla flavored. So Aiden looks like her second attempt was a grinder, but she was successful. Let's see what the judges say. That's 3 white lights. They're also providing us with a Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, and Ultra Series. And then Rain Total Body Fuel is providing us with some of their energy drinks as well. I had a few of those yesterday. Actually, I had some before I went to deadlift yesterday. So if you guys have checked out my story, you'll see me deadlifting in a kilt. I had some of that Rain and Monster Total Energy before I took some deadlifts yesterday evening at about 6 o'clock after having been up for 13 hours with hardly no rest on the way in. So they definitely help out quite a bit. Danielle Valentine is up next with 148.8 pound bench press second attempt. And it looks like she is going to be successful. I'm not sure that she fully understands the impact of wearing those Michigan socks, but anyway, it's good for her nonetheless. Coming up next out of Hansville, Washington is going to be Susan Hines. She's attempting a Washington Master 90 kilogram stay record attempt. All right, Susan's got the handoff from her handler. She gets the start command. There's the press, and it looks to me like that's successful from this vantage point. The judges agree that's a new state record. Up next is Claudialina Solis out of Austin, Texas. It's been a lot of fun watching Claudialina lift, actually. She's attempting 170.9 pounds at 193.3 pounds body weight. I'll tell you what, the one thing you can be sure about on these Monster Energy drinks and these bottles is that they're not being tampered with. That was pretty hard to get open. Oh, that's pretty tasty. All right, Claudialina gets the start command. There's her press. And rack. You can see that she's driving through those feet. That's a good lift for Claudialina. You can see she starts to lift that she's driving up through her feet and engaging her glutes and her core at the beginning of her lift. A little bit of a heave motion going on there. Now, lifters are permitted to sink the bar into their chest and then heave it off their chest if they choose to. There's a lot of lifters that do that. But however, the bar has to go up and only in the up direction once the start command is issued by the head referee. So that sinking into the chest needs to occur before the start command occurs. All right, and Laura Hartle looks to me like she's going to get 3 white lights. Behind me over there to my left shoulder is Kyle Young from Kabuki Strength. Kyle is committed to stopping by for a few minutes to chat with me and for you guys. So make sure if you have any questions for Kyle, you post those to the chat. Kabuki Strength, by the way, I've talked about them a couple of times. They're the manufacturer of some of the best bars on the market, and then world-class coaching services and education. Christina Tupper is up next. She missed her opening attempt. She's looking to get that this time, repeating that same weight. Hopefully she corrected her issues from before. I mean, it's a really clean, strong-looking lift. It looks like she might have had problems with her glutes last time, and yep, she cleared it up this time, so she's got 3 white lights. She's on the board. Up next is Jacqueline Stieber out of Carlsbad, California. Jacqueline's attempting 192.9 pounds at 190.3 pounds body weight. We're back up to the area where folks are attempting their body weight in bench presses. Every now and then you look behind me, you might see somebody pop up out of nowhere. We've got a couple of service animals back here hanging out with us. A couple of really beautiful dogs. Every now and then somebody walks by and decides they want to pet them and get a bit of relaxation that petting dogs provides. So Jacqueline is up and with 192.9 pounds at 190.3 pounds. She gets a handoff from her handler, the start command from the head referee. You see her also engage her core and glutes at the beginning of the start command. And she is rock solid on that bench. Didn't move a least bit. That's a good lift for Jacqueline. She's really happy about that. Up next is Shemaine McVeigh. I know a lot of you guys are cheering on Shemaine and looking for her to put on a good show today. The clock is ticking for Shemaine, and unfortunately, she's not anywhere around just yet, so hopefully she knows that, there we go. She's still got plenty of time on the clock with 28 seconds left. She has to get the bar off those hooks before the clock runs down. She's down to 22 seconds now. Still plenty of time, and she gets off in plenty of time. So there's the start command. And that's quite the fight. Let's see what the judges say. That is 2-1. So the head referee to the left. She got the red light from the head referee to the left. That's a new state record for Shemaine. You can tell that sometimes when a referee is going to award a red light because they'll actually sit back in the chair before the lift is over because an infraction has already occurred that the lifter can't overcome. Like in that case, probably the glutes came off of the bench or something. That's what that referee saw. So you see him leaning into the bench now, and then during Shemaine's lift, he actually sat up because he already made the decision on her call at that time.
9-0.
All right, Catherine is up next. She gets the start command with 198 pounds in her hands, and she presses off her chest. Looks pretty good to me. The judges agree that's 2 white lights to 1 red. That's a good look for Catherine. Up next is Kiriana Sorensen. Kiriana from Salem, Oregon has had a perfect day so far. She's looking to capture another state record. A 90-kilogram bench press Oregon state record for Kiriana Sorensen. All right, so Kiriana gets the handoff from her handler, gets the start command. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Kiriana. So that is a new state record. Up next is Lachey Role from Tampa, Florida. Now, Lachey, Shemaine, and Nicole are all battling it out for first place. You can see from the, actually if you're able to see the screen, you can see that right now, based on attempts that are currently on the board, it would be Lachey and Nicole tied for first place in the 90-kilogram weight class, and then Shemaine is in third place. 262.5 kilos for both those lifters, and then 260 for Shemaine. But we still got deadlifts left to go, so we'll see. And Lachey gets a good lift on that one, so she's on the board with that weight. Nicole Crate from Findlay, Ohio is going to be attempting the same weight. All right, Nicole gets the handoff from her handler. And she was strong enough, and that is no lift. Looks like she brought her glutes off of the bench. Now we're back to the top of the order with Michelle. Actually, we're not back to the top of the order with Michelle Backshore. Michelle Backshore is our bench press only competitor. She's attempting a world record, a 90-kilogram master world record bench press at 231.5 pounds. She was successful at 98 kilos. Her opening attempt was not a 2.5 kilo increment opener, because when it comes to records, you can chip records with half kilo increments. And Michelle looks good from here. The judges agree that is a new 90-kilogram master world record. And her gear check was also a hug from Ms. Walden over there on the side. Sarah Koshi is up next. Sarah is looking at a perfect day so far. Hit all 3 of her squats. So far has hit all of her bench presses. And she's taken 2.5 kilo jumps each time, so pretty conservative jumps. She looked like she had to enter this last time, so we'll see how she does now. All right, Sarah gets set up. And her handler comes in. She takes the handoff. And that was a good fight. Let's see if it was technically a good lift. Yep, all judges. That's 3 white lines for Sarah. So that's a perfect day so far for Sarah. Up next is Aiden Barty out of Eugene, Oregon.
110.
Aiden's looking to have a better day on bench presses, her squats. Squat, she was only 1 for 3. And so far on the bench press, she is 2 for 3. I'm seeing some competitors from yesterday rolling around. I may get another world record holder to come over here and chat with us for a little bit. All right, so Aiden gets the handoff from her lifter, the start command, and that is no lift for Aiden. Just didn't have it in here today to get that off her chest. So I'm doing a bit of multitasking. I have a laptop over here, and then my phone. So I'm always trying to pull different information from different places for you guys. Danielle is up next. Danielle Valentine up next from St. Clair Shores, Michigan. This is for a Michigan State record at 154.3 pounds in the master 90 kilogram weight class. And she doesn't have that in her to get today. She'll come back and get that at another meet. Up next is Susan Hines out of Haynesville, Washington, attempting a master 90 kilogram record bench press, 170.9 pounds. Gets the start command, and there's the press, and it looks like it's a good clean lift. Let's see what the judges say about that. 3 white lights, that's a new national record. Up next is Claudia Lena Solis, coming in from Austin, Texas. She is 2 for 2 so far on the bench press. Missed her final squat attempt, so she's looking to hopefully not repeat that from yesterday and get this bench press. 176.4 pounds on the bar for Claudia Lena. And it's not in there today. So she'll come back and get that on her next meet. Up next is going to be Lori Hartle out of Portland, Oregon. Lori is attempting 187.4 pounds.
Susan Hines, 4th attempt, weight 80. This is 85 kilos, 187 pounds. Red pepper ready for Kristen Rockwood. Red pepper ready for Kristen Rockwood, 87.5 kilos, 192 pounds.
Laura takes a handoff from her handler, gets the start command, and pushes 187.4. Unfortunately, not hard enough to get the lift. Up next is Christina Tupper out of Greensboro, North Carolina. She's attempting 192.9 pounds at 196 pounds body weight. She missed her opener because of those glutes, and then she dialed it in on their second attempt and got that. It was a pretty strong second attempt, so we'll see how this one looks for her at a 5 kilo jump. At 2.4 pounds per kilo, that's roughly a 12-pound jump. And it's quite the fight. Oh, doesn't quite get it today. Coming up next is Jacqueline Stieber out of Carlsbad, California. She's attempting a 90 kilogram open state record bench press. So for those of you following on who are curious, right now, Lachey Rollet is leading the 90 kilogram open competition, followed by Nicole Prait and then Shemaine McVeigh. By the way, guys, only 5.5 kilograms separate those lifters. If you remember correctly, I just told you 5 kilos is about 10 pounds. So that's maybe 15 pounds separates all three of those lifters. That's a pretty tight competition going into deadlifts. All right, so Jacqueline is getting ready to take the handoff from her handler. She's getting all set up. There's the press command, and it's stuck. She shakes her head no. You can see it from over here. It isn't quite able to get off her chest today. So now Shemaine is coming up. By the way, those numbers I just gave you are based on making their third attempts. So, for example, if Shemaine's third attempt at 90 kilograms is made, but for some reason Nicole's third attempt at 97.5 kilograms is missed, then that means that Shemaine jumps up in front of Nicole. Actually, they become tied at that point. All right, so here comes Shemaine's attempt at 198.4 pounds. There's the start command for Shemaine. And quite the fight, but doesn't look like it's going to happen today. No lift for Shemaine. That would have been for a state record, by the way. Coming up next is Catherine Davis. Catherine's out of Norwood, Pennsylvania. This is attempting a state record for her at 203.9 pounds. And she gets the handoff from her handler. Big arch in her back. There's the start command. Lowers it to her chest. The press command, and it's not quite there for Catherine either. Kiriana Sorensen is up next to attempt 209 pounds. This would actually jump her up in front of Shemaine if she makes this lift based on the projected totals from the bench press.
This is an Oregon state record attempt. It's the attempt for Kiriana Sorensen.
All right, Kiriana Sorensen she's strong enough. Let's see if those glutes stay on the bench. That is a good lift for Kiriana. Up next is Nicole Prait out of Findlay, Ohio. She is reattempting her 97.5 kilo second attempt. All right, Nicole gets her hand off. The start command. And she makes this one look easy. So whatever it was she had on the last one, definitely got corrected this time. That is 3 highlights for Nicole. Coming up next is Lachey. Lachey is attempting a world record bench press in the open 90 kilogram open raw division out of Tampa, Florida. At 24 years old, Lachey stands a good chance to be a top-level competitor for a long time and be in the record books for quite a while. So she gets the handoff from her handler. There's the start command, the press command, and we'll see what the judges say. Looks like the glutes may have come off the bench there. Oh, that's a good lift for Lachey. Get her gear checked. Making sure she's all legal and finish up with a hug. So closing out. We have a fourth attempt. So Michelle Bashor is up next to attempt a world record bench press. She set the world record on her first attempt, broke it on her second attempt. She's looking to better that by another 5 kilograms. This is for the master bench only at the 90 kilogram weight class. And Michelle, unfortunately, does not have an energy to get that today. Susan Hines is taking a 4th attempt out of Hansville, Washington, for the national record at 176.4 pounds. So this attempt will not count towards her total for the meet. Instead, it's only going to be for the national record attempt. She said on her previous bench press, she's looking to better it by 2.5 kilos. And she gets the start command, and she's not there today. So Susan, that was a good effort out of Susan. She still is with the national record. We're now getting into flight D, so we're looking to get the super heavyweight bench presses kicked off.
There you go. You can come out this way, Bruce. I need to get a chair in here anyway. I'm going to get a chair in here anyway to get some other people in here on the microphone. So you guys got your guard? Yeah.
So we're getting these service animals squared away. I see a competitor from yesterday. It was a lot of fun to watch. I want to get over here to chat with me for a second. I'll be right back.
Hey, David.
So joining me here at the microphone is Debbie. Debbie competed yesterday. Debbie, can you talk a little about your experience here yesterday and how much fun you didn't have at Palm Springs?
It was the microphone.
Sorry. Hi. It was great. I had a wonderful time. It was my first meet back after a year and a half of not competing, so I was very nervous. But once
you did really well. So coming up, we have Mackenzie Haven taking her opening bench press attempt at 132.3 pounds, and that was a smoke show for Mackenzie, so that's a good lift for Mackenzie. Next up is going to be Susan Chambers. So this was your first meet back after an injury, a year and a half, you said?
It wasn't an injury. It's just because of COVID, and not being able to train consistently. I just hadn't done a meet in a very long time. So.
Well, you put on a good show yesterday. Now,
Thank you.
Now, if I remember correctly, you did set a record or two, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell us a little more about that.
So my third.
Get close to the microphone.
My third and fourth attempt, my squat attempt, was a national and a world record. And I'd been chasing a 300-pound squat for a long time, so I hit my fourth attempt was a 303 squat. So I was super stoked about that. Bench went pretty well, deadlift not so well, but that's okay. I'll probably be at Worlds in a few months, so.
Oh, good. So you got your qualifications. So that was a good lift from Susan. Up next is Hannah Ensel. Susan, by the way, knocked out a 72.5 kilo opener for her. That puts her at a 205 total for the day so far. So Worlds is in Coventry, England, correct? No, that's untested. So
yeah.
Where is tested Worlds?
Costa Mesa, I believe, in November.
Oh, so here in California.
Yeah.
So you'll be a hometown girl.
Well, I'm in Northern California, so I'll fly down. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any idea how big California is. Evidently.
I'm 8 hours away. So.
Oh, that's a lot of driving.
Yeah, California's pretty big.
8 hours. So you would fly for an 8-hour trip. You wouldn't drive it?
Yeah, probably. It's a long ways to go. I get really tired from riding in a car, so I'd rather fly and not have that exhaustion.
Not be in the car? Yeah. So Hannah's opening attempt at 176.4 pounds. She gets the start command, the press. That's a smoke show out of Hannah. And so let's see the judges say that's going to be 3 white lights. So tell me, Worlds is coming up in a couple of months, you said, right?
Yeah, November.
So what does your training look like for a meet in November? That's basically 16 weeks, yeah?
Yeah, so it's going to just be another training block. My coach and I have already talked about what I can improve and what I need to work on. So, we'll probably I'll get home, rest for a few days. We'll set up a new training block, and off I go to train again.
Well, fantastic. Good luck. So if people wanted to find you on Instagram, you have an Instagram handle we can share with folks?
I do.
So I'll tell you what, we're going to type that in the chat over here and then let you get back to the audience to enjoy the show. So thanks for stopping by today, Davey. I appreciate it.
Much.
It was a lot of fun watching you lift yesterday.
Thanks.
All right, so it looks like Bonnie's going to have a good lift there. So she got 2 white lights. Give us a second, Debbie. We'll let you type that in. She's going to type that into my handle, guys, on the chat. Just right there, if you want to. Just go ahead and type in your Instagram handle. So we're putting her Instagram handle in the chat there. I had a lot of fun watching Debbie lift. Her whole setup was a really happy-looking sort of setup, so I'm glad she was able to stop by today to say hi. Up next is going to be Shione Lister. Hopefully I got that right, you guys watching us. So that's Get Strong B is her handle. That's in there under my chat name. And if you follow me on Instagram, I'm going to actually follow her now and then grab one of her stories from yesterday and see if I can share it. Shione's had a really good day so far. I got all of her squats in. That's 3 white lights for Shione. Up next is Alexandra Washington, who's also had a really good day. Got all 3 white lights for Alexandra.
Did you scroll up because you only want to show flight B? Is that why you moved your?
Oh yeah, I always just pull this up. Why, you want to see that?
Oh no, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
You're the only person that does it.
So sitting next to me used to be Bruce Takala. Now it is sitting next to me is actually Mike Tronsky, who's the executive vice president of the USPA. I had the chance to sit around and chat with Mike yesterday. So there's some big things going on in the USPA at the executive committee level that they might be able to share with you in a year or so. Something maybe put in place for the 2023 season. Alexander's coming up next with a 181.9-pound bench press opener. She's out of Lancaster, California, a junior lifter, and that was a really fast bench press. Almost looks like her warm-up. All right, so Abby is up next. Her bench press opener is 198.4 pounds. Abby comes to us out of St. Louis, Missouri.
How long of a break did Steve give him? How long of a break did Steve give between squat and bench? Needs to be longer. That's not enough time for these guys to eat.
Yeah, no, I had a hard time eating.
Yeah, it needs to be longer.
Let him know. Mike is trying to get our back. He's trying to give us a longer break between each lift so that we can get a little bit more time to eat. So you see all the other referees get to rotate out and whatnot, so they'll get like a break and a flight break somewhere in between. I'm not getting that being here in this chair all day long, so thanks to Mike for looking out for me there. Coming up next is going to be Mandisa Berg, who is out of Daly City, California. She's attempting a 209.4-pound bench press opener. She's using those blocks. You see lifters use those blocks because they don't have quite the length in the legs from the knee to the ankle to make the distance from the top of the bench to the floor and get firmly planted. So Kyle Young from Kabuki Strength stopped by a little bit earlier and promised me he would come by today. I think I see him over my shoulder. hanging out at his area, but it looks like one of the proprietors of Kabuki may be hanging out and talking to him for a little bit, so I'm going to be tied up there. Mendiza that's a good lift from Mendiza, so she's on the board with her bench press. Sarah Webb is up next, attempting 214 pounds out of Springtown, Texas. Oh, Sarah's back up there with her donut singlet. She reminds me of food. By the way, talk to you about one of our sponsors, Kinda Fit, Kinda Fat. You can find information about Kinda Fit, Kinda Fat on their website at kindafit.com. Sarah gets her handoff from her handler. The start command from the head referee. Press and rack. So that looks like a good lift from here, and the judges do think it's a good lift as well. So that's a good opener for Sarah. Up next is Gabby Dixon out of Lake Oswego, Oregon, coming in at 306 pounds body weight, attempting 226-pound bench press.
State, 105 state.
I do see a world record bench press attempt on the board in a little bit as well. So Gabby is getting set up under the bench. And that is going to be a good lift for Gabby. Up next is Marissa Wilson out of Largo, Maryland, attempting 281.1 pounds at 235 pounds body weight. Marissa has had a really, really good show today so far. And it looks like she is going to be running away with the super heavyweight competition. Right now, out in front of the next closest competitor by over 80 kilograms. So it would be a battle for second place at that point between Bonnie, Abby, and Mendiza, all separated by only 10 kilos apiece. Holy cow! Marissa is moving weight like a champ today. I got a feeling we're going to have a new Nationals champion in the super heavyweight division. So I'm giving Kyle the stink eye to try to get him to come over here. We're back up to the top of the order with Mackenzie Haven, coming in at a 148.8 pound bench press opening attempt. Mackenzie's had a really good day so far. She's gone 5 for 5. And that looks like a good lift for Mackenzie on her second bench press. See, they're swapping out those red plates, those blue plates for red plates, those plates provided by Ivanko Powerlifting or Ivanko Barbell. You can find out more information about Ivanko at their website, ivankobarbell.com. Since 1967, Ivanko has had a mission to introduce innovation to the industry and perfect existing technologies. They are proud of their rich contribution to the history of the barbell and to the lives of those whose products they use to pursue physical health and strength. So Susan's under the bar with 170.9 pound second bench press attempt. As you can see with Susan, because of her arch is so big, see her fill her belly up with air. That was a good lift for Susan, by the way. See her fill her belly up with air and really get in a good brace in her core and her lats and push back on those feet. So that is a really good example of what a bench press is supposed to look like, which is why she's moving big weight. The key to winning these competitions is being strong and efficient. And so you're seeing great examples of that today out of these lifters. Hannah is up next out of Flanders, New Jersey with a 187.4-pound bench press attempt. She gets her hand off, glutes position on the bench. And that was a strong looking bench press, so her second attempt is on the board. That's a good lift for Hannah. Up next is Bonnie Hogue at the same weight out of Greenfield, Indiana. So if you remember correctly, Bonnie is one of those lifters that is in a close running for a second place finish. Marissa is definitely running away with the show. Of course, there's always deadlifts, right? Marissa could make a mistake in deadlifts and call her opener too high and be disqualified from the competition, which would be a tragedy, but I've seen it happen before. And that is a good lift for Bonnie. Up next is going to be Shione Lister. I almost said it wrong. Shione Lister's coming up. She's had a perfect day so far. A 192.9-pound bench press attempt for Shione. Shione gets set up. She's getting the handoff from her handler. There's a start command. You see her also brace her core, taking big air. And that looks like a good lift from this vantage point. The referees agree that's a good lift for Shione. 3 white lights. Alexander Washington is coming up next. Alexander, by the way, is attempting a world record bench press, junior super heavyweight bench press at 90.5 kilograms, 199.5 pounds. So typically we have to see attempts go up in 2.5 kilogram increments, but when you're attempting a world record, you can attempt to chip the world record in a half kilo increment, and that's what Bonnie has elected to do. So that's why she has a 90.5 kilogram attempt on the board. Let's see how this goes. So she gets the handoff. The start command is there. You see the bracing the core in the air. And looks easy for Alexandra. From here, that's a good lift. And the judges say that's also a good lift. So that's a new world record. That's a new junior bench press world record in the super heavyweight division. Abby Fulkerson is up next to attempt 214.9 pounds. So I'm kind of tired of leaning over into the microphone the entire time. Hurting my back. So Abby's up next with a 214.9-pound bench press opener. I'm sorry, second attempt. And she is so far perfect on the day, and this bench press looks good, so that's going to be 3 white lights for Abby. Up next is Sarah Webb out of Springtown, Texas. Sarah's attempting 231.5-pound for a state record. Sarah comes up to the bar, to the bench, gets her place on the bar, under the bar. Just the handoff from her handler. And that looks good from here. The judges say that's good lift, so that's 3 white lights for Sarah. Up next is Mandisa Berg, who's also attempting a state record, a California state record. A super heavyweight open in California state record. So I just saw another squat world record holder come into my view. Let's see if I can get her back over to the microphone. See if she'll come in and join me. So Amanda walked up to join me on the microphone. So you set a world record yesterday, right? So we have a new world record holder standing next to us. You actually got 2, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Which ones did you get? Tell us. Get the microphone really close there.
For my world record squat, my total.
There you go. How about that? Good work. So there's a lot of records falling today. A lot of people having a good time breaking records. So we're going to watch Mandisa lift. I want you to tell us a little bit about your experience yesterday, what it was like, and what you're thinking of everything here at the USPA National Championship so far. So Mandisa is getting set up, and she's using blocks as well. So that's something that lifters are able to do. And actually, Amanda used blocks too yesterday to get her set up on the bench. So Mandisa gets the start command from the head referee. And that looks like a good bench press from here. What do you think, Amanda? You think it's a good bench?
I think it is.
Yeah? So let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 highlights for Mandisa. So talk to us about what your experience has been with the USPA so far here at the National Championships and how things have been working out for you and your team.
It is probably the best meet that I've been to so far. It has been the best meet that I've been to so far. It's a great experience with great people. And I love it.
Well, we're glad you're having a great time. You put on a good show yesterday. It was a lot of fun watching you lift. So all the folks on the live stream were cheering you on yesterday. So I hope that they had as much fun watching you as I did. Listen, you enjoy the rest of the show. Get back in the office with the rest of your team. And thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Gabby Dixon is up next. She's attempting a state record. She's out of Oregon. She is perfect on the day so far at 242.5 pounds.
Hey Amanda, are you going to Worlds? You thinking about it?
So guys, if you're able to follow Amanda on Instagram, go in there and convince her to go to Worlds in a few weeks here in California. Up next is Marissa Wilson. Marissa is also perfect today so far. And by the way, Marissa already owns a world record, a super heavyweight world record in the open division, and she's attempting a super heavyweight world record bench press. By the way, if I'm correct, and I have Mike Tronsky here next to me, maybe he can clear this up. Oh, this is the first open super heavyweight world record on the day here on this platform. The other one was a junior world record, so it'd be a lot of fun to see 2 people battling out on the same day for a world record attempt. So I'd maybe get Mike to tell us how that works out when 2 people in the same age and weight division break one. In the meantime, we'll watch Marissa set this one. So Marissa's going to take the handoff from her handler. She gets the start command. And that looks easy. And that is going to be 3 white lights from Marissa. That is a new world record. Guys, Marissa is putting on a show today. There was a smoke show on her squats, and the bench press is just, it's like she's warming up still. Good golly, Marissa's putting on a show today. Hopefully Marissa will be able to stop by with us tomorrow if she's still in town. I chat with her a little bit between squat and bench press to see if she was be able to do that. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up with her a little bit tomorrow. And we're back to the top of the order now on Mackenzie Haven. All right, so Mackenzie is up attempting a state record out of North Dakota. And that's a good lift for Mackenzie. She is perfect on the day. So guys, just so you know, your third attempt is successful and you decide you want to try to chip that record or break that previous record or break a record that's out there, you can take a fourth attempt. And we have lots of records being broken on this last round here, so we may see some fourth attempts coming out of this round as well.
Gotcha.
Thank you. I'll make sure that Debbie knows that. She's talking about doing Worlds. I had Debbie come up here earlier to talk about that. She's already putting a training plan together. So Mike Tronsky just let me know that Worlds is already half full. Registrations are already half full and the meets in November. So Susan gets the start command, the press, and that's an easy job for Susan. Looks to me like she's perfect on the day so far. Yep. So we'll let Amanda know that too. If Amanda decides to do Worlds, she's got to register pretty quickly. Hannah Ensel is up next. Hannah is taking a 198.4 pound deadlift bench press attempt. All right, so Hannah gets the handoff from her handler. And there's the start command. Oh, not quite there for Hannah today. Shione Lister is up next. She's attempting 203.9 pounds. She's coming to us out of Bellevue, Washington. Shione has had a good day as well so far. She is 8 for 8, looking to go 9 for 9 on the day. Looks like there was something, whoever it was got it squared away. All right, Shione gets set up. Getting the lift off from her handler. There's the start command for Shione. Look at her brace her core, take that big air in. And not quite there on that third attempt. She lives to see another day, though. She'll come back and get that at her next meet. Up next at the same way, it's going to be Alexandra Washington. Alexandra Washington is looking to break her own world record as a junior super heavyweight lifter. At 18 years old, a 203.9 pound bench press, weighing at 208. All right, Alexander's getting set up, getting underneath the bar. There's the handoff. And Alexandra looks to me like she is leaving some in the tank maybe for another lift. or deadlifts, because that was a really fast lift. So that's a new junior world record, junior super heavyweight bench press world record. Coming up next is Bonnie Hogue out of Greenfield, Indiana. Bonnie right now looking at the well, I'll take that back. Things have shaken up quite a bit. Gabby Dixon is making some ground up on Marissa Wilson. This is going to be fun after all. And it looks like Bonnie doesn't have that in her today. All right, Abby's coming up for her final bench press attempt. She's perfect on the day so far. Looking to capitalize on that. 226-pound bench press attempt at 248 pounds. Once we finish up here, we are going to be taking another break before we roll into deadlifts. And Abby looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say on that. That's going to be 3 highlights for Abby. It's a perfect day so far. Sarah Webb is up next out of Texas. She's going to be attempting an open super heavyweight Texas state record bench press at 237 pounds. So here comes Sarah. She set that state record with her last attempt. She's looking to make that a little bit harder to break going down the road with her third. There's the handoff. And the start command, big air. You can see that coming up. And it's just not there today. Solid effort from Sarah. Hopefully she'll live to get that another day. Mandisa Berg is coming up with the same weight, attempting a state record. A California Open super heavyweight state record bench press. All right, so Mandisa's coming up now. She's getting her block set up. Mandisa's getting set up. She's going to get the handoff from her handler. There's the start command. Nice slow controlled descent. And there we go. That looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 2 white lights. 1 white light, actually, so that's no lift. So she's finding out what she missed it for from the judges. Get that very important feedback. Gabby Dixon is up next with a 115 kilogram bench press attempt. That's 253.5 pounds. This is for an Oregon state record. And she makes easy work out of that. We got one fourth attempt so far. So now Marissa Wilson is coming back up. She's going to be attempting another world record at 137.5 pounds. All right, Marissa is getting ready to get under the bar. Time to watch the show, folks.
Yeah, tell them I'll come take care of it in about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll have a wait and a chair.
So she gets set up, gets the handoff. There's the start command. And Marissa is in the record books higher than she was before. Don't forget, there is the opportunity for people to take fourth attempts, and so as strong as she is, Alexandra Washington is coming up to take a fourth attempt.
Yeah, just one so far.
So after these attempts are all over for the bench press, we will be taking a 15-minute break before we roll in the deadlifts to clear the platform and to give all of us a chance to go to the restroom, get a little bit of something to eat, a little bit of something to drink. And here we go with Alexandra. She's getting that lift off. So this fourth attempt will not count towards her total, but will count for the record, and it looks like she's not going to get it today. So there's no lift for Alexandra. And we are now going to go into a short break, an intermission, to swap out the platform and get referees swapped out and a chance to take a break. So we will be back in 15 minutes.
We are a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food.
We have a mission to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and enjoy the process.
We are committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body.
No matter what stage of the fitness journey you are on.
From fat to fit.
Hit them PRs, make them gains, and eat that donut.
Join the brand, join the message, join the movement.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
The USPA Powerlifting Foundation was started back in 2019. Our mission is to help people who are less fortunate, that don't have the financial resources available to become involved and participate in the sport of powerlifting. The foundation provides financial support for training and competition-related expenses for athletes who apply and become sponsored under the foundation's program. Expenses such as coaching and gym memberships are covered, lifting equipment, entry fees to competitions, and mentorship to make sure that all of the sponsored applicants are successful in their mission in becoming involved and giving back to the sport of powerlifting. To learn more, please visit our website at uspapowerliftingfoundation.org. If you're a company that would like to assist in our efforts, we would love to hear from you.
I'm a leftist, so I can write and do the mouse. That's why it makes it easy. Well, that's an overcome, right? Gee, thanks. I'm playing for a long time. And I don't even have to slap my ass. Well, that's good idea. Slap my ass. That's right. Never is free. Usually, yes. So you're on the other platform or this platform?
And welcome back. Welcome back to day 2 of USPA Drug Tested Nationals coming to you from Palm Springs, California. Sponsored by SBD. And we're kicking off deadlifts with Lori Wortman out of Mexico. Missouri. That is a good opening attempt for Lori. Thank you. Lori's opening attempt was at 97.5 kilos. That was a good opening attempt for Lori. Up next is Barbara DeAngelis. She is opening with 214.9 pounds. Barbara has quite the crowd in today. People can find her. That was a successful deadlift opener with 3 white lights. She's had a really good day so far, only missing her opening squat for probably a technical issue. Maybe jumped the start command or the rack command. Athlon McSwain is up next, opening at 220.5 pounds. This is for an Alabama state record.
Alabama Master State record is at 120 pounds. Here we go.
And that's a good lift for Evelyn. So I'm able to, GG fan, I'm able to see the feed on my PC sitting next to me here. So maybe try refreshing your browser window. See how that works for you. Sarah Buda is up next out of Essex Junction, Vermont. She's had a perfect day so far. She's looking to capitalize on that. She's opening with 264.6 pounds. And the referees say that is a good lift for Sarah. Coming up next is Melissa Cass. Melissa is attempting 270.1 pounds for her deadlift opener out of Everett, Washington. And that is a good lift for Melissa. We're getting the bar loaded for Brittany Hassan coming up next from Richmond, Virginia, with a 286.6 pound deadlift attempt. Brittany, it looks like, has let her hair down for this. I feel like she had her hair up in braids for the first couple of lifts.
As she sets
And 3 white lights for Brittany. Next up is Brittany Cook. Brittany is going to be our first sumo deadlifter today. So if you take a look at the way her legs are positioned, she's actually forming a house. So that's how a lot of sumo deadlifters like to determine their position of their deadlift. Bring your feet far enough apart so that when you get down to the bar to pick up the bar, your shins are straight and then your thighs form the roof of a house. So if you can think of drawing a house in a picture when she would a deadlift, you would get that idea. So that was a good lift for Brittany at 135 kilos. Coming up next is going to be Giovanna Herrera attempting 314.2 pounds. That's 142.5 kilograms. We are in the double body weight deadlift category now. We are. So,
hey, we need that chair. Thanks.
So I'm going to switch the view here. I got Kyle Kabuki coming up to hang out with me for a couple minutes. Let me have the mouse, if you don't mind there. So next to me, you see Kyle hanging out in the background back there. So I've been talking a lot about Kabuki Strength. Kabuki's one of the sponsors of the event today, and they actually have a booth here set up with some pain pills and bars and Myo rocks. I want to get a Myo rock before I leave. Maybe get Kyle to show me how to use it. But one of the things I like a lot about Kabuki is the education aspect or the education that Kabuki Strength takes. So, Kyle, can you talk to me about how, because that's a good lift out of Brittany. Next up, we're going to have Sharon Trammell coming out to attempt 336.2 pounds. So, Kyle, talk to me a little bit about how Kabuki shifted their training model to accommodate some of the restrictions that are in place when it came to COVID, and now that they're being lifted, how we're shifting back to more in-person training because the tactile training that that Kabuki teaches through the movement seminars is really valuable. Let's talk about that a little bit. I'm curious what you got going on there. That was a good lift for Sharon, by the way. Next up, before Kyle explains that to us, is going to be Sarah with a 385.8 pound deadlift opener.
Okay, close to the microphone.
Yeah, so we had to shift from obviously in-person education sessions to online, and we've hesitated to do that for so many years because we love being in person, and some of the cueing and tactile cues are just so much better in person. So we did shift them digital, but really exciting to be announcing that we will be back on the road here 8 times between now and the end of the year for in-person seminars.
So do you have those set yet? I checked the website and didn't see where they were, where you had those set yet. So are they set? You're just waiting to announce them, or what?
Yeah, they're not set yet. I have seen the dates. They're pretty exciting. So in the next 1 or 2 weeks, it should be on the website for sure. And of course, it'll hit social media.
Yeah, you did hint at one closer to home for me, so I'm excited for that one. I've been thinking about taking that course for quite a while, because it really helps to understand that stuff. Even if you don't teach it to other folks, it helps to understand it for yourself. A lot of us record lifts, and you're not doing it just for the Instagram, right? You're doing it for feedback on yourself, so hopefully that works out for a lot of other people too. You have some lifters competing today, so what kind of success have your lifters had?
Oh, pretty good. Opening with some world records, no big deal. No, all jokes aside, everybody's going really well. But for us, a lot of times it's movement. And I don't mean to brag about our athletes, but if you look at the way they move very efficient and they look efficient, even if they're new to the sport. And that's because of all that movement prep we put into them. The same kind of stuff we're talking about learning at these seminars.
That was a good lift for Shariah. She comes out with a 402.3 pound deadlift. I actually talked about that, Kyle, earlier. To compete at the level, a lot of these competitors are at the world competition level. You got to be strong for sure, but you've also got to be efficient and have great mechanics. So one of the things that you guys do with that teaching is prevent injury. So can you talk about some of your lifters or some of your athletes that have maybe come to you and have had injuries over and over and over again, but you've helped them learn how to move better, so they quit doing that. If you have one in specific you can talk about, that'd be great to hear about too.
Yeah, well, you can see I'm wearing the anti-fragile shirt, right? That's kind of part of our slogan. I would probably have to highlight one of the owners. Obviously, if you look at the things that Duffin did, even the crazy strength feats, you can't do that well as many years as he has without moving well. But more importantly, I'd actually highlight Rudy. As a Masters athlete, I believe 72 years old now, he'll be competing this weekend. Double shoulder replacement. Has had, as many tweaks and sprains and maybe a torn muscle or two as the rest of us, but he's moving better and breaking more world records as he gets older, still getting stronger. So there's something to say about that movement quality.
Yeah, no kidding. That's fantastic. And speaking of older lifters, Barbara DeAngelis has come up next, and she's a spry 76-year-old attempting a world record deadlift at 231 pounds at 161. So that looks pretty good from here, and the judges say that is 3 white lights. So, Kyle, if there's any words of parting wisdom you can offer folks, by the way, you can check out Kabuki Strength online at kabukistrength.net, both between their store and their coaching, and you guys do a virtual coaching as well for athletes that can't get to Oregon. Can you talk about that a little bit, too?
Yeah, so our virtual coaching is our top-tier service, but we actually just released, for the first time ever, our teams coaching, which is very inexpensive, $27 a month. It's not customized like our top-tier coaching, but it's a real good entry level. And that's what I have to highlight about our company, Kabuki Strength. Most of the people are watching either fans of powerlifting or power lifters, but whether you're an athlete, a coach, beginner, or advanced level, we really support strength training across all domains. Some people think, well, I am not good enough to work with Kabuki, or maybe I shouldn't go to that seminar, it's only for competitive lifters. And no, we get chiropractors, clinicians, coaches, athletes who don't even compete, top-level athletes. So really, if you want to move better and learn, come on to a seminar or just get some of our free content on Instagram, because we love putting out free content to make everybody feel better and move better.
Yeah, you do put out some really great free content, so I appreciate you stopping by today, Kyle. And your lifter tomorrow, he's competing tomorrow, right?
We got 2 tomorrow and then 2 Thursday and 1 more Friday, so a couple more.
So you're busy.
Rudy will be lifting on Thursday.
So we'll be looking for Rudy on Thursday. So thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And if you're here today, you can go by and check out their booth. He's over there hanging out. He'll be signing autographs if you want to get an autograph from Kyle, because he's Instagram famous. And maybe even showing you some movement. Thanks, Kyle. Take it easy, buddy. So we go back to the action now. Melissa Cass is coming up next. She is attempting a 286-pound deadlift for her second attempt out of Everett, Washington. So coming up next, I was able to get out into the audience between the breaks and find some lifters that competed yesterday that I enjoyed watching. So I have Stephanie. Now, Stephanie, how do you pronounce your last name? I think I butchered it all day long. Is it Bacon or Bacon?
It's bacon.
Oh, yeah, that's my favorite, because who doesn't like bacon, right?
Right.
So that was no lift for Melissa. Looks like maybe she had soft knees on that or jumped the drop command. Sarah Buda is up next from Essex Junction, Virginia. She's going to be deadlifting 286.6 pounds. That's the same weight, so on the deadlifts, that's a pretty quick change out. So we'll go watch Sarah pull up her weight while Stephanie tells us about her experience yesterday. So, Stephanie, you came in a couple days ago and hung out before weigh-ins, and you weighed in, and then yesterday was competition day. You put on a really good show. Talk to us about your prep and the things you guys did, you and your team did together to help get you ready for yesterday.
So I came here with a team. We're the Lady Pit Fiends. The majority of us are from Ridgecrest. That's where our coach is, but we have a couple of girls from out of town. So a lot of us weighed in Sunday morning, and so we did that. I had to cut a little bit. I had to cut about 4.5 pounds, so that was fun. But it all went well. Everybody made weight.
So what kind of percentage of your body weight is 4.5 pounds? I forget what you competed at. You were 60 kilograms?
I competed in the 67.5, so the 148.8.
So yeah, that was about a 3% body weight cut, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's nothing really aggressive.
A little more, because I think it was 5 pounds. So
about 5 pounds.
Yeah.
So that's nothing that quite aggressive. So is that your first time cutting for a meet?
That's my first time cutting that hard. Usually I only have to do a couple of pounds, but I let things get away from me right before nationals, so I had to cut a little more.
Yeah, well, when things get back into place, right? So you're here in California.
Yes.
And all the restrictions are just lifted, so I bet a lot of people are ready to go out and start eating out again and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so that's a good lift from Brittany. By the way, Brittany, I think, is out of Virginia, so that was a pretty good travel from her. Next is a Brittany Cook, so I like to refer to that as the Brittany show. So anyway, Brittany Cook is going to be attempting 214.2 pounds. We're back into the double body weight deadlifts coming up. So talk to us a little bit about your team. There were a lot of competitors yesterday. A bench press world record holder yesterday, right? and I was trying to get her to come back and chat today, and then you have some competitors today as well. Talk to us about where that name came from. I got a little bit of education earlier this morning. I was butchering it all day yesterday. So talk to us a little bit where that name came from.
The pit beans?
Yeah.
So
Get a little closer to the mic.
Our coach is actually a big D&D player, Dungeons and Dragons and all that, and so that's actually where the name came from originally. He started this in 2007 with his daughters, one of which is on our team right now, is competing. Gracie is getting back into it.
So is Gracie on the platform today?
Yeah, she is.
I thought so, yeah.
So she is over on the red platform. So, and has been doing amazing. Broken national records, world records. She is having a phenomenal meet right now. Yesterday, Nicole Dreddy, also on our team, she was the one that did the bench record for the one, what is she in? The 115s, that weight class.
Yeah.
So she took the world record for that, and that was huge. She's been working so hard for that, and it's so awesome to see it happen.
So tell us about your performance. A lot of what I saw yesterday was a lot of good, technically sound movements is what I liked a lot about seeing you perform. So talk to us about how you did yesterday. Where'd you place? Any records you get to take home with you?
Yeah, so I already had the records for state records for squat and bench, and so I got to pad my own records. That was fun. And I did, the squat was a 248.9, and then my bench was huge. I had never hit 175 before, so that was awesome. I absolutely loved that one. And then my deadlift was not a state record, but for me it was a personal record. I broke 300, which was really cool.
Oh, good. So you finally broke that 300-pound barrier. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. So how many more days you stick around for? You hang out with the rest of your team for the rest of the week, or what?
Oh, I wish. No, we only have girls competing in nationals right now. So today is our last day, and I'm headed home tonight after deadlifts.
How far of a trip were you to get home?
About 3.5 hours.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Not compared to everyone that flew here.
Yeah, so someone was telling me today, I live in Northern California. It's like 8 hours from here. I didn't realize California was that big by car.
Oh my gosh,
so,
it's huge.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining us today and stopping by. Really enjoyed your show you put on yesterday and the rest of your team. Yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to see that bench press world record holder come by and talk to us about how things worked out for her yesterday as well.
She's running numbers right now for Rosie.
Oh, yeah.
Rosie is our other teammate that's out here breaking nationals and world records over here on the blue platform, so she's a little preoccupied.
Yeah. Well, we've been seeing Rosie do really well, and I've been seeing that pink hair in the background as well, so I guess I know where she's been at. So, yeah, anyway, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You guys enjoy the rest of your stay in Palm Springs.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. All right, so Sharon Trammell is going to come up next with a deadlift to open up at 363.8 pounds out of Scioto, Oregon. So I've been watching the action, and we're seeing some things shape up in the 75 kilogram weight class. It's looking like Rosalinda Pulido in the Classic Raw is running away with those numbers, but Sharia Johnson, as a Raw lifter, is looking at a total of about 460 kilograms, which separates her pretty significantly from pretty much everybody else. So that's lining up to be a pretty good show for her. It's a big battle for second place, actually. So hopefully you guys don't mind looking at my mug now that Stephanie has went away, but we'll go back to the action here. Sarah is coming up with a 407.9 pound deadlift attempt. And that is going to be 3 white lights for Sarah. Sharia Johnson is coming up to attempt an Oregon state record as an open 75 kilogram lifter. She is attempting 190 kilograms. That's 418.9 pounds at 164 pounds body weight. You're looking at 2.5 times her body weight, which is a very respectable deadlift. Oh, thank you, Miriam. I appreciate that. Essex Junction, Vermont, not Virginia. I must be misreading it. So Sharia got that lift. That's 3 white lights for Sharia, so that's a state record. She's getting her gear checked, making sure she's wearing legal gear still. Coming up next is Rosalinda Pulido. Rosalinda's having a really good day, and her second deadlift is for a world record. That looks easy from here, and the judges agree. So that is a new open world record in the 75 kilogram weight class for Rosalinda Pulido. And we are now back up to the top of the order with Barbara DeAngelis, going to close out Flight A's deadlifts with another world record attempt. So in this flight, we have 3 state records and 2 world records on the board.
1975 world?
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're sorry about that, Stacy, about switching the camera view back to the backside of the lifters there. We got that squared away for you in time. So the Barb is getting ready to deadlift that world record attempt, and there we go. Let's see how that works out. That is 3 milettes for Barb. That's another world record for Barb. So you get her gear checked on the way out, and finishes up with a hug. Oh, somebody dropped off some donuts for me. Whoever dropped off these donuts. Oh, yeah, and I think that was Charlie from Kabuki.
You want a donut? No, these are the crunchy chocolate kind.
Crunchy chocolate?
Yeah. The chocolate's got a little bit of crunch to it.
No, thank you.
Oh. Except for that California heat.
I had my breakfast of champions this morning. Donuts.
Oh, I was going to say beer. We're here talking about breakfast. Sorry about that. Evelyn McSwain is up to attempt a state record at 286.6 pounds. Then we have Melissa Cass, followed by Sarah Buda. So I'm looking at the scoring right now, and for Classic Raw in the 75 kilogram weight class, we'll definitely see that Evelyn McSwain, that's going to be breaking her own state record. So it's Rosalina Pulido. It's definitely looking like she's pulling out in front of Shariah Johnson, but we still have one more deadlift attempt left to go, and you never know. There's a chance that something could happen. But then in the Raw, actually that's Sarah Johnson, not Shariah Johnson. And that is a good lift for Melissa. And then in the Raw, Shariah Johnson looks like she's out in the lead in front of Sharon Trammell by a pretty good amount. Sarah Buda from Essex Junction, Vermont is up next. Thanks for that correction there, Miriam. I appreciate that. She's going to round out her deadlift attempt, looking to go 9 for 9 today and have a perfect day. And come on, Sarah. Oh, almost there. Didn't quite have it in her. Sometimes I'll tell you what, man, towards the end of the day, you can really get gassed out. All right, coming up next is Brittany Hassan. Brittany's out of Richmond, Virginia, and she is looking to finish up with a strong deadlift show. And wasn't quite able to hang on to it at the top. It was a good-looking deadlift all the way up till about ready time for lockout. Wasn't quite able to hang on to it there. Coming up next is Brittany Cook. Brittany is attempting 325.2 pounds. Brittany's sumo deadlift is showing us what the build the house looks like. So you watch as she gets ready to lower herself down to the bar, how her shins come straight up and down and form the sides of a house, and then her thighs form the roof. And that is a good lift for Brittany. So Kabuki Strength, we talked to Kyle a minute ago about body mechanics and physiology of lifters. A lot of times you'll hear people talk about perfect form and a lift is supposed to look like this. You put your hands here, put your feet there. But it really depends on your body mechanics. And so instead of saying, for a sumo deadlift, you should put your feet really close to the plates, which you see some lifters do, it really works out really well for a lot of people to think of, we talk about building that house. So that's something you get from, I learned that from Joe Sullivan and Brianna Terry. Brittany's final deadlift attempt is a good lift, so Brittany's had a good day. She likes that. And that's really just using the mechanics of the body to determine your most efficient movement pattern and to lift the most weight. Because like we said before, you definitely got to be strong to compete at this level, but it's really a lot about being efficient too. Coming up next is Giovanna Herrera out of Santa Clarita, California. We're looking at a 358.2 pound deadlift attempt. So we'll see what the judges say on that one. That was a good lift for Giovanna. She got 2 out of 1. 2 out of 1's a good lift. Up next is Sharon Trammell. And Sharon comes to the platform for her final deadlift attempt. She's wearing some green socks. By the way, SBD, title sponsor of the USPA Drug Testing National Championships here in Palm Springs, California. And she stood up with it. Let's see what the judges say. No. Looks like maybe a little bit of ramping, using her thighs to support the weight there. Thanks, Miriam. I appreciate that. There's a lot of things that are going on and a lot of information that we're having to manage and deal with. And so I didn't realize having a live stream quite like this solo yet. And so I didn't realize how tiring it would be. Yesterday I was beat and just really wanted to go to bed. But then my partner decided it was time to lift, and so he talked me into deadlifting. And it looks like Shirai just doesn't have that in her. That's unfortunate for Shirai because she was definitely in the lead going into that lift. And we'll have to see how that turns out for her towards the end there. So Sarah Johnson is coming up next. Sarah's attempting a world record, an open deadlift world record. We got to make sure we get enough referees in the chair of the right flavor. Yeah, there's a lot of information that a lot of things are having to manage to try to keep up with stuff. So we definitely appreciate that feedback. Really do. If you get a chance to, by the way, the USPA has a feedback page. It would be really helpful if you guys come into the feedback page and fill that out with comments that the executive committee will read about the. Leave some comments like that or comments, constructive criticism, things we could have done better in the on the feedback page, USPA.net. All right, here we go. Platform's ready for Sarah. Sarah comes up to the platform. She is going to attempt 435.4 pounds for a world record. And it's just not there. Not there today. Good effort from Sarah. She'll live to get that another day. Up next is going to be Rosalinda Pulido, who is also attempting a world record at 451.9 pounds. The current world record for 75 kilogram open drug tested deadlift doesn't matter what it was before, because now it belongs to Rosalinda Pulido. Actually, that's a junior. She's not setting the open. She's in the junior the open world record. My apologies. So now we're rolling into flight B deadlifts with Karen Lawyer kicking things off. Oh, there's a fourth attempt. Hold on. Looks like we're going to have a fourth attempt.
What's the fourth attempt,
So speaking of Lady Pit Fiends, it looks like that fourth attempt is coming from one of their lifters.
As soon as the bar's loaded, it's 3 minutes.
And we're going to take a 3-minute break while we give her some time to rest. So as soon as that bar is loaded, it's going to be a 3-minute break for Rosalinda to get some rest before she goes into her fourth attempt. And in the meantime, we'll take you some messages from our sponsors.
We are a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food.
We have a mission to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and enjoy the process.
We are committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body.
No matter what stage of the fitness journey you are on.
From fat to fit.
Hit them PRs, make them gains, and eat that donut.
Join the brand, join the message, join the movement.
She'll get this or won't get this, but she won't get a new world record. Which sucks.
Yeah, but I'm going to talk. Yeah.
All right, coming to the platform now is going to be Rosalinda Pulido. So here we come with Rosalinda Pulido. She is taking a world record attempt in the 75 kilogram open untested world record, and not today.
She's doing the expedited. You're covered. You're out of here, too, sir. You're not on this.
Oh no. What was her final attempt?
496.
I was looking raw. She's classic raw. I was looking raw.
We're having a little side discussion back here about that record, and we were looking in the long run category. She was definitely looking to break a classic raw world record, but
And your daughter's expediting for me, so thank
she got it on her third attempt, but that fourth attempt wasn't quite there.
Is she done for the day?
She's here.
Is she done for the day? Yeah. Yeah.
Used to be a big deal, but I don't know now.
So we're going to kick off the Flight B deadlifts with Karen Lawyer.
Deadlifts move really fast, and we're a third of the way through. So
You tell them so promptly.
anytime, come
or
on
not
over.
at all.
Anytime, come on over. Come on over. Yeah.
And so we're kicking off the Flight B with Karen. And that looks like it's a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. So the judges do agree that's a good lift for Karen Lawyer. We'll try a little bit better putting a timer up on the brakes. They're anonymous KQFIW. Typically what we do is we'll just go to commercials when there are breaks happening, so it shouldn't freeze on you because we're still showing some content. So coming up next is Danielle Haley. Danielle's out of Flushing, Michigan. She's a junior lifter attempting 235.1 pounds at 181 body weight, and that is a good lift for Danielle. The other option too is I could just keep showing you my ugly mug and show you the screen while we wait for that lift to happen.
1.7 state.
Coming up next is Janet Best out of Mesquite, Nevada. She's attempting 253.5 pounds at 196.9 pounds body weight. She's a master lifter at 56 years old. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Janet. Bailey Pinesek is up next. Bailey's attempting 122.5 kilos.
That was a good lift for Janet.
Bailey's attempting, that's 270.1 pounds for Bailey at 159.2 pounds body weight.
That's for Janet, right?
So you notice that the lifters here, especially Bailey, they're not wearing shirts. So females are wearing are permitted to wear sports bras only for the deadlift and forego with a shirt. The reason for that is because actually the shirts are required on the bench press and the deadlift because your skin is coming in bench press and the squat because your skin is coming in contact with material that other lifters' skin is also coming in contact with. For sanitary reasons, we require a t-shirt on the bench press and the squat. That was a good lift for Bailey. Bailey's going to come back on her next attempt and look to increase that weight. And the weight was handed off to the handler. So she has taken a 7.5 kilo jump. Giselle Cancino is up next at 297.6 pounds out of Cathedral City, California. We're getting the bar loaded for Giselle. Giselle addresses the bar and makes easy work of that. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, that is 2 red lights. I did notice a little bit of down motion once she got her lockout. So I'm not sure what they called her for, but she's going to find out from the judge what that was to try to get that cleared up. Up next is Natalie Fitz. Natalie is out of Richmond, Virginia. She's an RVA powerlifting team member. She's had a pretty good day so far, only missing her 3rd squat attempt. She's opening up with a 303.1 pound deadlift. Emily Keller is up. Natalie's lift was good. Emily's lift, unfortunately, is not. Up next is Rachel Buffard out of Portland, Oregon. Rachel is lifting as a guest lifter. She did not post a good squat, so she didn't make it onto the board and didn't do any crossover events. So Emily is being permitted by the meet director to continue as a guest lifter just because it's not a fully wasted day for her. And that's a good lift for Emily. Sherry Langle is up next. Sherry's coming to us from Lost Creek, West Virginia. Her opening deadlift at 330 pounds is for a state record. For a master state record.
See, Barb, I'm going to switch the camera views up so I can see our faces, okay? Give me just a second.
Okay. You're the quilt guy.
Yeah.
You rock that thing, man.
Thank you so much. So that's a good lift from Sherry. So if you hear that voice in the background here, I've been joined by Barb DeAngelis. You watch Barb compete over today, so I'm going to switch the camera views over, take control of the mouse, and switch the camera views over so you can see Barb and I's pretty faces, or more Barb's pretty face, not mine so much. So Barb, I need you to come right up into the microphone. You got the mouse now. I need you to come right up to the microphone here and talk about, so how long have you been training, Barb? How long have you been lifting competitively? Come right up to the microphone and talk to us.
About 3.5 years.
About 3.5 years,
Yeah.
huh?
So what brought you to the sport?
Because I had a bad bone density test.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And my therapist said, you ought to start lifting weights.
Your therapist said that to you?
And I was a therapist. So I started, and now I'm totally booked.
There you go. So this is not new information with a bone density and lifting heavy. It's just now being embraced. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it just makes you feel so good to be stronger. And it not only helps your bone density, but more strength improves your balance, which means you're less likely to fall and break something.
Right, yeah. So that's a lot of great information. And also it helps, makes it easier to pick up your grandkids, right?
If I had any.
Well,
I'll have to talk to my son about getting
talk to your son
going.
about it, yeah. Talk to your son about that for you. Tell him to get to work on that. Yeah. So what are your plans after this?
Our family is going over to Joshua Tree to do some hiking.
Oh, good.
If it's not too hot over there.
It is pretty warm out today. So Karen Lawyer comes out with her second attempt, and it looks like that's a good lift. So she's got 2 white lights to 1. That's a good lift for Karen. Up next is going to be Danielle Haley. She's going to be attempting 117.5 kilos. So what about competitions? What plans do you have for competitions after this? Because you're a world record holder now, right? So you can't stop now.
Oh, no. There's going to be a competition in Vermont in September to benefit local first responders.
Oh, fantastic.
So I'll be in that. It's just fun.
Yeah, so will people be able to follow you on social media and maybe help contribute to that charity to help first responders?
That would be a great idea.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
Can you give us any information on that?
I'm on Instagram as Barb Baker Builder.
Barb Baker Builder.
Yeah, I wasn't lifting weights when I said that out.
So I'll tell you what, Barb, I'll try to shout that out for you on the chat here for the live stream. Get you some followers and see if we can help out with that charity there for the first responders.
Oh, I would love that. It's a great idea to use the fun we have at competitions to support local causes.
Fantastic. So thanks for stopping by, and thanks for competing today. It was a lot of fun watching you lift, and I appreciate the lesson to our viewers on the live stream about bone density and improving bone density through strength. So that's a valuable information that I wish a lot more people had at their disposal. So thanks for stopping by.
Oh, I would love to see more old ladies doing this. I'm not competing. I'm only representing.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you're competing against yourself every day, and you're actually setting a great example for everybody else. So we definitely appreciate it. And it was a lot of fun watching you lift today. So enjoy Joshua Tree.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day. What an inspiring story out of Barb. I'm glad that she stopped by the table today. Typically what I like to do is to get people in here after they're done lifting or the next day so they can get things squared away. So Janet comes in with a 281-pound world record attempt, and that looks like it's a good lift. So Janet is definitely in the record books. I'll let people look at my face for a little while longer. Unless you guys don't want to look at my face anymore. Let's So thank you, anonymous TCWYJ. I'll let them know that's actually something that we can address. And Bailey is rocking this show with 3 white lights for that deadlift. Up next is Giselle Cancino, coming to us out of Central Cathedral City, California, with a 297.6-pound deadlift attempt, and it looks like the judges are going to get awarded 3 white lights for that. So that's a good lift for Giselle. Emily Keller out of Louisville, Kentucky,
is coming up next. So Emily's out of my old neck of the woods. I used to live up in the central Ohio area and compete in ref meets in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Kentucky. And Emily, looks like that's a good lift for Emily. And it is 2-1. That's a good lift. A couple of great meet directors up that way that I worked with quite a bit. Doug Nostrand and Eric Freeman. So by the way, each state charter will have their own Instagram page. And you'll be able to follow them at just USPA, the state name. Typically, is what they have. So I want to make sure I get Barb's Instagram information. Rachel Buffard is coming up next. She's attempting 336.2 pounds. And it looks like Rachel got a good deadlift on that one. That's a good deadlift for Rachel. Sherry Langwell is up next. Sherry's coming in with a 347-pound deadlift attempt at 176.6 pounds. We're looking at nearly a double body weight deadlift for a master 82.5 kilogram deadlifter, which is a very strong deadlift, so no wonder that's going to break the state record that actually she just set on her last attempt. So here we go for Sherry. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say on that one. That's going to be 3 lights. That's the new state record for Sherry. So I just posted Barb's Instagram to the chat in the live stream. Juliana Preston is up next. And that looks like a good lift from Juliana. That, by the way, is really close to double body weight deadlift. So good lift for Juliana. 2-1 means a good lift. Up next is Karen Lawyer. We're going to be closing out Flight B deadlifts with Karen's first attempt at 242.5 pounds. If you're still tuned in, don't forget that Flight D Smoke Show is coming up. So Karen is, unfortunately, that is not gonna be a way Karen's gonna go for today. Danielle Haley's up next. Danielle's attempting a Michigan state record in the 82.5 kilogram junior division.
So I can run up and get a coffee, right? Because you said you got me covered for your seat.
Don't worry about that. That's me, so you don't have to worry about it.
Danielle is attempting 275.6 pounds. And this is for a state record. Is she able to hold on to it? That is a fight right there. Let's see what the judges say about that one. That is going to be no lift. No lift for Danielle. Janet Best is looking to better her world record of 127.5 kilos to 130 kilos. That's 286.6 pounds for the 196.9 pound 56-year-old lifter. So here we go, Janet. And not today for Janet. Bailey Pinasek. The name I pronounced the same way twice, 0 times. So I haven't done it the same way twice yet. Is up to the platform with a 303-pound deadlift attempt. Bailey's squats were a nail biter, waiting until that last attempt to finally post a good squat to get on the board. Not so in her bench press and deadlift. Really fixed whatever issue she was having during that first 15-minute break. So here we go with that third attempt. And she definitely locks it out, and it looks good to me. Let's see what the judges say on that one. 3 white lights for Bailey. That's a good lift. Emily Keller is coming up next. Emily is coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. Emily's getting all set up, getting in the zone, getting her brace, locking out, locking herself into the bar, wedging herself underneath it. Let's see. Oh, not quite there. Not a full lockout on that. All right, coming up next is going to be Natalie Fitz. That's at the same weight. Natalie's had a really good day so far, only missing her third squat attempt. She's attempting 330.7 pounds at 171.7 pounds body weight, and that's not coming off the ground today. That was no lift for Natalie. Up next is Rachel Buffard at 155 kilos. No lift. Rachel Buffard, by the way, is doing this as a guest lifter. She's had a really good show on the bench press and the deadlift. It's too bad that it's unfortunate that the squat didn't quite work out for her the way she wanted it, the way she needed it to stay in the meet. There's no old saying though, right? Sometimes you're the fly and sometimes you're the windshield. The Sherry Langle is back up, looking to break her own state record with a 165 kilogram deadlift. She's been taking 7.5 kilo jumps this entire time, nearly 20-pound jumps each time, so it's a pretty aggressive jumps for Sherry. And that is not coming up off the ground today. Good effort for Sherry, and a good show from Sherry today as well. Coming up next is Giselle Cancino Giselle's deadlifting 374.8 pounds for a California state record as a junior lifter in the 75 kilogram weight class. Not today. She did get on the board though. Did get that second attempt, so she does have a total going into the score tallying. Juliana Preston's coming up next with a North Dakota state record attempt of 380.3 pounds.
We were all like, "Are you kidding me?" Your daughter brought it over. I'm like, "Are you sure?" She's like, "Oh yeah, absolutely." Okay.
All right, here we go, Juliana. And, that's got a fight, but the weight won today. So we're going to roll right into Flight C, deadlifts, with Sarah Koshi kicking things off with a 281.1 pound deadlift at 198.2 pounds.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I forget your name, by the way. Welcome around, Nicole.
So while we're getting set up for Flight C deadlifts, Nicole from Team Lady Pit Fiends, right? I kept getting it wrong all day long yesterday. I thought there was an extra I in there. Is joining me. So she had a great show yesterday as well. Set at least a bench press world record, right? There was no other world record. You said just the bench press. Just the bench press.
Yeah.
So a big show from you today. So talk to us about your experience leading up to the meet, kind of what your team did to get you guys prepared. Yeah, get close to the microphone.
Yeah. So I'm part of a team of a bunch of ladies. I think there's like 12 of us. There's 7 of us competing this weekend, or 6 of us competing this weekend, and we've just been, in the garage ever since COVID happened. We've been kind of, really pushing each other, getting our workouts in when we can, and just like ramping each other up, and just, every meet, we just get a little bit closer, and finally for this one, everything kind of came together. Not just me, but 2 other ladies on the team also got the world records today, and just like so excited for everybody.
So you're helping somebody else out today, right? That did a really good job as well.
Josie.
Yeah, Josie. So and she's having a great show today as well. So
yes.
The whole team experience. Danielle Valentine, by the way, out of St. Clovis, Michigan, did get her opening attempt deadlift, as did Sarah Koshi. So we don't want to leave those guys out. Coming up next is Susan Hines out of Haynesville, Washington, with 319.7 pounds. So the team experience, coming out with a crew. How large is your crew today? And have you done meets by yourself? And can you talk to us about the difference in having a crew versus not having a crew when it comes to prep and doing a meet?
Yeah, you know what? I've only ever had a crew. So we all kind of came together about 2 years ago with COVID, and I don't know how I would do it without them, honestly. We keep each other in check and keep each other hyped. And there were mistakes yesterday. I screwed up my rack heights, and I failed my first bench. Without them supporting me and telling me that everything was okay and kind of putting me down, I don't think I would have gotten the world record without them.
That's a great point, and so that was a good lift out of Susan Hines. Up next is Daniel Hartle. Daniel, by the way, Laura's attempting a national record, and that's her opener 305 light. So that's a new national record for the open raw 90 kilogram deadlift. Get her gear checked and be all set and ready to rock and roll. So you talked about keeping each other honest. Some of the videos that John and I, so John's on the other platform today from Garage Gym Life Media, we put together some tips on how people can record their videos in their gym to check depth and things like that. So when it comes to your crew and having your coach present, what does it feel like when you maybe hit a really good lift, and then after your lift is over, like, well, you really didn't quite hit depth, or you jumped to command, right? So, do you feel like that's advantageous for you leading into the meet, or does it hurt your momentum? Talk to us about that.
I don't. So I think it's great actually to have a coach. So I live in the same neighborhood as my coach, but a lot of us don't, and we're constantly sending videos to each other and kind of commenting on each other's lifts and like keeping each other hyped. But at the same time, we try to call each other out, like, hey, that wasn't actually as low as you, like, I know you could go lower, and we try to keep each other or remind each other that it doesn't hurt to drop the weight a little bit to make sure that you can hone in your form before moving back up, because honing in your form is just going to help you in the long run, especially when all of us are pushing to get to nationals, pushing to get to worlds.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's a good lift too from Claudiana Solis for her first deadlift attempt. Up next is Christina Tupper out of Greensboro, North Carolina, with 352.7 pounds. So one of the things you talked about was lowering the weight down and making sure you can dial things in before increasing the weight. So a lot of lifters, and maybe some folks watching the live stream, sometimes all out all the time kind of stuff, right? So that's something your coach helps you keep in check?
Yes, yeah, always. When I started, I had an extremely narrow squat, and I was pulling conventional, and it just didn't work with my body mechanics. So he, kept telling me, like, we're going to switch you over to sumo, it works better for you. And for a long time I wasn't pulling anywhere near what I could, or what I knew that I could, but I just had to check my ego and work through it, and without him I wouldn't have gotten past 300.
And you were exercising that I believe button.
Exactly.
Pressing that I believe button quite a bit.
Exactly.
Just buy into the process, right? So
you gotta trust it.
Yeah. So what's your plans after this? Where are you going after this is over?
Well, I'm going to Worlds. Yeah. I signed up today or yesterday. So.
Well, that's good, because Mike was sitting next to me earlier, and Mike overheard me talking to somebody else about going to Worlds, and I guess it's already half full. So that's actually a good call that you got in. So Jacqueline Stieber from Carlsbad, California, gets her opening attempt. That was quite a fight, though, so we'll see if she has left in her to get those subsequent attempts coming up. And Aiden Barney is actually coming up with a world record classic raw open deadlift of 90 kilograms. This will be a good show from Aiden as well. So we're going to look for you in Worlds in 16 weeks, right?
Yep.
So you guys basically take a few days off. Are you going to go see any sites down here before you head back home and start work next week, or what?
Nope, gotta get back. I work tomorrow, so gotta get back to Ridgecrest, and definitely taking a few days off. I don't think I want to touch a bar for a few days.
Yeah, then that takes a lot of discipline sometimes as well to stay out of the gym, right, when you really want to go back. So anyway, thanks for stopping by and chatting with us today. You put on a great show yesterday. We really enjoyed watching it, and good luck to all you guys. We'll see you in a few weeks.
All right.
Bye-bye. So really glad we got joined. Got her hop in and join us for a little chat there. A lot of great information, especially talking about keeping things in check, that ego in check, and believing in the process. So Aiden has a good world record. And Nicole Prate at the same weight. That's a good lift for Nicole.
Another good lift for Nicole. Hey, I've seen like 2 records walk by. I've seen
Yeah.
There's only been one record, but they didn't get Bobby did it.
Bobby did it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, well, I'm looking for it here too, and I can't seem to see it. So Kiriana Sorensen is up next. Kiriana's working on a perfect day out of Salem, Oregon. She's coming in at 407.9 pounds. And that's going to be a good lift from Kiriana. Oh no, take that back. That was not a good lift, so maybe soft knees or shoulder lockout. She'll get that information from the judges there and figure out what's going on. Patty, we're trying to do a little bit of all of it there. Bringing the lifters from yesterday to talk about their experiences while we're announcing the lifters. So, but you're still able to see at the bottom of your screen there the lifters that are coming up and competing. Next is Shemaine McVeigh. Shemaine's had a really good day so far as well. A couple of state records, and she gets her opening deadlift. Shemaine's coming to us out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Rounding out Flight C is going to be Lachey Rollet. So Lachey and Lachey definitely gets a fast deadlift there, and it's 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Lachey. So now we are back to the top of the order with Sarah Koshi opening things up. A little bit of technical difficulties getting numbers back and forth to the scores table. So we're pausing things on the platform for a bit. Give me a chance to talk to you a little bit about the USPA Powerlifting Foundation. You can get information about them at USPA-powerliftingfoundation.org. It's a nonprofit organization out of Irvine, California that was founded by Hall of Fame lifter and coach Liz Friel, whose goal is to provide those in need with the opportunity to change their lives and become empowered through the sport of powerlifting. Taking care of people's fees, coaching fees, gym memberships, equipment costs, and registration fees to get into meets to compete in the sport of powerlifting. And as we saw from Barb earlier, that actually has a lot of impact for people all over the place. Barb talked about her bone density and her therapist telling her that with her bone density issue that powerlifting will really help her out. So not only does it change people's lives mentally, but it can also change people's lives physically for the better. So Sarah's kicking off Flight C second round with her opening attempt at 297.6 pounds. So she's working on a perfect day so far. Is 8 for 8. Danielle Valentine is up next. Danielle, unfortunately, thinks her socks are pretty stylish. Man, that's a good lift for Danielle. That was a pretty good day so far. Susan Hines is up next out of Hansville, Washington. Susan's going to be attempting 330.7 pounds at 185.8 pounds body weight. She's had a really good day so far, only missing her second attempt on squats. And she sets that down like she's in a library. That's a good lift for Susan. Up next is Laura Hartle. Laura comes to us out of Portland, Oregon. With a 341.7 pound deadlift attempt. And that is going to be a. She was strong enough for it. Let's see if it's technically sound. That's a good lift for Laura. So we've got a pretty close race here for the top 3 spots between Lachey, Shemaine, Kiriana, and Nicole. You're looking at a missed attempt on the final deadlifts could really set somebody back, put them from first to second, or second to third, or third off of the podium altogether. This is a good fight out of Catherine at a 369.3 pound deadlift attempt. That's a good lift for Catherine. Claudiolina Solis is taking the same weight, so it's going to be a quick change out. That's 369.3 pounds. Claudiana Solis is up next. Out of Austin, Texas. And a lot of fight in that deadlift. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 2 white lights. That's a good lift. We get the bar cleaned off there for Christina Tupper. As we're cleaning that bar off, we'll talk a little bit about where I am getting some energy from today. Between Monster Energy and Rain Total Body Fuel, they're keeping us all energized so we can keep the meet running smoothly and efficiently. You can find out more information about Monster at monsterenergy.com, more information about Rain Total Body Fuel at rainbodyfuel.com. Monsters provide us with our Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, Ultra Series, and I had the Mirror Muscle Monster Vanilla Shake earlier. And of course, Rain Total Body Fuel with their energy drinks and hydration. So Christina Tupper is up with a 369.3 pound deadlift attempt, and that is a good lift. Christina is the only lifter I've seen so far today or yesterday who's elected to wear a mask for her safety and protection. So COVID restrictions in California have been lifted. Masks are not required in the venue, nor are they required by the USPA or the meet director. But if a lifter chooses to wear a mask, of course, if anybody in the audience wants to wear a mask, they can. There's nothing stopping that. But if a lifter chooses to wear a mask, the uniform or costume requirements have been changed to allow lifters to do that if they like. So Jacqueline Stieber is up next out of Carlsbad, California, taking the same weight. She is a Team Ironmongers lifter. And here we go, Jacqueline. So a lot of times with those sumo deadlifters, that's really slow off the floor, and once they break the floor, get past the knees, they tend to finish it out. Jacqueline unfortunately didn't have that in her, so that's a no lift for Jacqueline. Aiden Barney is up next. Aiden is a 90 kilogram classic raw lifter who is attempting a world record. By the way, she set that on her opener. She set the world record on her opener. It was at 167.5. Coming into this meet, that was just a preset of 167.5, and Aiden got the preset, and so she got the world record to start with. And on her second attempt, we'll see what the judges say if she should break her own world record. And no, she'll get one more shot at that, come back at it. Next up is Nicole Prate out of Findlay, Ohio. Nicole is attempting 385.8 pounds for her second attempt. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's 2 white lights for Nicole. That's a good lift. Kiriana Sorensen is coming up next to attempt 407.9 pounds out of Salem, Oregon. And she sticks it out, fights through. Let's see if she gets on board with that one. There we go. She's on the board. Shemaine McVeigh out of Clinton Township, Michigan, is up next with a 429.9 pound deadlift attempt. Shemaine makes this one that will seat her in second place in the 90 kilogram open contest. And here goes Shemaine. She stands up with it. Gets a lockout. There's the down command. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 2 white lights. 2 white lights. Good lift for Shemaine. Coming up next to round out second attempts for Flight C is going to be Lachey Role. Taking a little bit of time to get the next attempts squared away. And Lachey Role comes out and rocks that 447.5 pound deadlift attempt.
Yeah, I know, because I'm getting this back and forth and I'm not going to
So
185, 187, 187. Last chance. 187. Okay, give me a name. Sorry, give me a name. All right. 1725 world record. So repeat. Yes. Name. Wait, no.
I have a little bit of confusion over here getting some of the numbers in. So I'll tell you a little bit about Iron Rebel. Actually, Iron Rebel provided this tumbler for me, which is insulated, so it's kept my water cold pretty much all day long. You can find more information about Iron Rebel at ironrebel.com. Their apparel and gear are not made to keep up with the latest fashion trends, yet they are tested and made to last for intense gym goers. They make the very best in clothing, wrist wraps, compression sleeves, and lifting gear. They're proud and serious supporters of both bodybuilders and powerlifters. Actually, the owner is a bodybuilder himself. I met him earlier today and bought some gear from him. So you can check him out at ironrebel.com. Sarah Koshy's going to close out Flight C squats with her final attempt at 308.6 pounds. Here we go. That's a good fight. She's locking it out. She gets the down command. Let's see what the judges say. That's 3 white lights for Sarah. Danielle Valentine is up next out of St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Danielle's actually a friend of mine. I know Danielle from up that way. She comes down to Ohio to compete sometimes in Doug Nostrand's meet up in the northern Ohio area. And I'm a proud Buckeye, and she's a proud Wolverine. Unfortunately, she didn't get that off the floor this time, but she's had a good show otherwise. And so we ribbed each other back and forth a little bit. So you guys are seeing that play out today on the live stream some. Susan Hines is coming up next with a national record attempt. Susan out of Hansville, Washington, a master 90-kilogram lifter. This is a national record attempt for Susan at 358.2 pounds. And she stands up with it. Let's see if it's technically sound. That is 2 red lights. Usually on the side there, when you get red lights from the side referees, it tends to be that you have soft knees and not fully locked out at the top. Coming up next is Laura Hartle. Laura is attempting 363.8 pounds. Get her attention. 363.8 pounds for Laura.
Is that a next?
So just so you guys know what's going on the final deadlifts, lifters are permitted to change their attempt right up until the time they're called. And because this competition is turning out to be so tight between Nicole Cariana and Shemaine, and then Lachey, there's a lot of back and forth between the lifters. Oh, I want to take this attempt, I want to take that attempt. I'm going to chip this world record, chip that world record. And it's a game of chess going on. And so it can get pretty hard here at the table. Laura, unfortunately, doesn't make that final deadlift attempt for that national record. Jacqueline Stieber is up next at 369.3 pounds.
I'll do either way.
This is a repeat of her previous attempt that she missed. And so lifters will come up here, send the coaches up here, and change the attempts, and that'll jockey their position around back and forth, and it's a little bit of a head game for the other lifters as well. I've actually seen someone take an attempt slightly above what one lifter takes, just to get into their head so they miss it, and then scratch their final attempt and screw themselves a win. So we might see that play a little bit here on the final attempts in Flight C as we're wrapping things up. Because the competition, like I said, between Nicole and Cariana is pretty tight, as well as Shemaine and Lachey. Anything can happen with these final attempts. And Jacqueline is really grinding this one out, and it's not quite there. She broke the floor, but that was about it. She'll get that another day, live to come back and get that another day. So up next is going to be Catherine Davis out of Norwood, Pennsylvania, attempting 374.8 pounds.
Sitting next to you. So, on the far side. So, you will work the table.
And Catherine, unfortunately, didn't get that final attempt. Claudialina Solis is at the same weight for her final attempt. Claudialina comes up to the platform. And Claudialina breaks the ground. It looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say. She gets the down command. That is a good lift for Claudialina. Up next is Aiden Barney from Eugene, Oregon. Aiden is attempting to break her own world record of 167.5 kilograms with a 172.5 kilogram deadlift attempt. Aiden takes a really wide sumo deadlift stance. And that's a bona fide attempt, but doesn't leave the floor. So Aiden finishes the day with a world record deadlift and a pretty good total, but doesn't get those last two attempts. Christina Tupper is up next. Christina's attempting 396.8 pounds at 196 pounds body weight. So up next is Christina Tupper at 396.8. She's had a pretty good deadlift day, way better than her squats and bench press. And carrying on with that tradition maybe is her final attempt, and maybe a little bit up and down. Yep, she got red lights for a little bit up and down in her deadlift there. Up next is Nicole Plate. Nicole's coming in at 413.4 pound deadlift final attempt. And this looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's a good lift for Nicole. Nicole, by the way, is in the running for the podium today. Kiriana Sorensen needs to make this lift to secure a place on the podium. And there we go. We just had a weight change, so the lifters are permitted to change their weight up until the bar is loaded and the platform is called ready on the final deadlift attempts. And that's what Kiriana Sorensen just did. So Kiriana Sorensen pulls this deadlift, she secures her spot on the platform, and if Shemaine misses hers, actually jumps into second place. So guys, this is really fun to watch. And Kiriana looks like she's got it in her. Let's see what happens. And not quite there today. A little bit of chest going on. Now we have Shemaine McVeigh coming up, who's going to be attempting 435.4 pounds. Shemaine is also out of that state up north, Michigan. Shemaine's also out of Michigan, Clinton Township to be exact. She's had a really good show today. And she wedges herself under the bar. And Shemaine,
That's all the time, just the front camera.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for asking. And Shemaine gets that deadlift. That's a good pull for Shemaine. That head judge awarded her a red light there. It could have been because she jumped to command. He felt like she jumped to command. I wasn't quite sure. I was being asked a question by a referee coming up to me. So Lachey Rollet is stepping up. She is attempting to break her own world record that she just set on her last attempt at 210 kilos, which is 463 pounds at 197 pounds body weight. She's coming to us out of Tampa, Florida. Traveled a good piece to get here to put on a show for us today. Getting the hype going. Lachey gets this, she secures her, and it's not there. Guys, no lift for Lachey. We are rolling right into Flight D. The final 3 deadlift attempts unless somebody takes the fourth, of the day before we tally things up and see who's taking home some trophies, taking home some medals, and taking home some big prizes. And Mackenzie Haven kicks things off with her opener after we get the judges all swapped out. So now I'm in for a treat over here at the table. In addition to watching some world-class lifters, I get to see mother and daughter work the cards and the computer together. Get to see that family dynamic at play. And Mackenzie Haven kicks off the deadlifts with a solid opener on her deadlifts at 297.6 pounds. That is a good lift for Mackenzie. Up next is going to be Alexandra Washington.
Yeah, I'm doing good. You want to sit down? Yeah.
So I'm being joined by Elle. And Elle lifted yesterday. So Elle, just so you know, when we get into lifters, I'm going to make sure that people know what's going on with lifters. But I need you to talk right into the microphone so we help you out there. Elle registered for the meet and has a coach at home, but had a problem getting her coach down for the meet. So can you talk to us about what happened there as Alexander is coming up to take her opening deadlift attempt at 325.2 pounds?
My coach couldn't show up. We just couldn't make it happen. So I reached out in the Facebook group for some handlers, and everybody reached out, and John Marshall picked up. Yes. Through Team Unbreakable, and the support was amazing. That they just showed up on time, went over my numbers, and showed up without question. It was an amazing community.
So that's a good lift from Alexandra Washington for her opening attempt. Up next is going to be Sarah Webb out of Springtown, Texas at 363.8 pounds. So you hopped into the Facebook group and put out a request for a handler to come help you out. And immediately there were a lot of options, but John Marshall stood out the most, you said, right?
Yes, because he had quite a few athletes already, and he already had a connection with a few of my team members as well as my coach. So that's why I went with the referral through the connections through the community.
So that's actually a really good testament to what powerlifting means to folks, right? So did you compete against any of his other lifters that day, or was he coaching against any of his previous lifters as Sarah Webb posted up a good lift for her opening deadlift attempt?
I didn't compete directly with anybody in my weight class. We were all in different weight classes and different flights. So he was definitely bouncing back and forth, and he worked really hard to keep track of all of our numbers.
So he showed up, got you through weigh-ins, and then helped you get in the right frame of mind after weigh-ins to get set up for the meet, and then handled you through the meet, right? So how was your experience with John and his Unbreakable Gear team?
Well, he didn't handle me during the weigh-ins. I took care of all that myself. I just showed up on day of and went over numbers really quickly. We had corresponded previous to arriving at competition day with a plan in place already.
So Bonnie's up next with her opening attempt at 369.3 pounds, and she's had a pretty good day so far as well, only missing one bench and one squat attempt. But a lot of people in the Facebook group were giving you a hard time about, that was a good lift out of Bonnie, by the way, we're giving you a hard time about having a handler that you've never met before.
This is true.
And so, but John comes with a lot of experience, but when it comes to handling at the meet, like what kinds of things does a handler do for you at a meet?
Mainly just lifting and unloading and loading your bar in the back and making sure that you're like on flight, what number you're on, cueing you, making sure that your warm-up lifts look really good, making sure you've got chalk and baby powder all over your legs.
Yeah, and really not missing your attempts, right? We've seen some lifters here in the past couple of days that weren't ready for their first lift or whatnot because they were getting wrapped, and so that can be a big help having a handler. It kind of takes your mind off of having to watch the screen and keep up with where things are at. So where are you going from here? You had a good show yesterday. Where are you going from here as Mandisa takes her opening attempt at 380.3 pounds, and it looks like that's a good lift out of Mandisa. Next up is going to be Susan Chambers at 385.8 pounds. she's working on a perfect day so far. So tell us, where are you going from here? Are you going to come back to California in a few weeks for that big show, or are you going to set that one out?
My next big one is I'm going to wait till Worlds. I qualified, thankfully, yesterday, so I will be taking it to Worlds in November out in Costa Mesa. Yeah. So I'll be doing that.
Yeah, well, we're going to look for you to put on a good show there. You definitely put on a good show yesterday, and it's a lot of fun watching you on social media, lifting and whatnot. So, do you care to share your handle online so everybody can catch you on the live stream?
Yeah, sure. My Insta is L_Eloise_. Follow me there for my lifts and all my fun shenanigans, I guess.
Yeah. So I'll share that in the chat a little bit later as Susan gets a good lift on her deadlift opener. Up next is going to be Hannah Insel at 385.8 pounds. That's the same weight, so it'll be a quick changeover. So, Elle, you're going to enjoy California a little bit before you head back to Chicago?
I have plans to stay here for the evening, and then I'm actually going to drive out and do some lifts over at the Ironmonger gym and kind of do that because, I was there for North American, so I got to say hello to everybody over at the Ironmonger gym because they're just an amazing support and community as well. So.
Well, enjoy the rest of your stay in California. Thanks for coming out and chatting with us. And that's a great story. Talk about how the community just kind of stuck together and stepped in to help you out when you needed it. So we really appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me and reaching out and keeping an eye. And great job online. We love it. So.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll see you later.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So that was a good lift out of. Next up is Shione. That was a good lift out of Hannah for first opener at 175. So Shione Lister is opening up at 187.5 kilos, which is 413.4 pounds, out of Bellevue, Washington. She's got quite the following on the live stream. Thank you. Hey, can you tag me in that when you post it? Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so Elle had to come back for a selfie. Up next is, so Shione got that lift. That's a good lift from Shione for her opener. Up next is Abby Fulkerson out of St. Louis, Missouri. She's opening with a state record attempt at 424.4 pounds. And it looks like Abby's going to have a good lift there. That's a good lift for Abby. So far, this flight's going really well. We've had all good lifts for the openers. Everybody is on the inside. Thanks, Al. Have a good day. All right, so we're back to the show. Marissa is up next. Marissa is opening with 451.9 pounds. And guys, in case you're curious, Marissa and Gabby are going into deadlifts tied for first place in the super heavyweight competition. And that is a strong pull out of Marissa, and unfortunately, not a good lift. Side referees usually means that's going to be a lockout issue. Hopefully she goes up to the judges there and gets that squared away, find out what she missed so she corrects that on her next attempt. Coming up next is Gabby Dixon at 545.6 pound deadlift opener. Gabby gets this, or she will move into first place in the super heavyweight division. Here we go. Gabby with Team Ironside out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. And that's a strong pull out of Gabby as well. Let's see if the judges like that one. And they do, 2-1. That is a good lift for Gabby. Melissa's got to come back and get her next attempt. All right, we are back to the top of the order with Mackenzie Haven. Mackenzie out of Dickinson, North Dakota, with a 319.7-pound deadlift. Mackenzie is a junior lifter, weighing in at 217.6 pounds. Got a great future ahead of her. She's had a perfect day so far. Let's see how this final deadlift goes for her. And that is going to be a good lift for Mackenzie. Up next is going to be Alexander Washington. Alexander Washington is attempting a world record deadlift. This is a junior raw super heavyweight world record deadlift attempt at 155.5 kilos. That means that she is tripping a deadlift. She is tripping a record. And I'm looking up the current record to see what it is or not, because let's see if Alexandra breaks it. She's adjusting her belt. That's the only thing that lifters are permitted to adjust on a platform is their belt. Alexandra gets set up. And braces, and it looks pretty strong from here. Let's see what the judges think of that one. That is a good lift. That is a new junior world record for Alexandra Washington on her second attempt. She'll come back on her third and break that again to solidify her place in the record books. Bonnie Hogue is up next out of Greenfield, Indiana, attempting a state record at 380.3 pounds. All right, Bonnie comes to the platform. She's had a pretty good day so far. Like I said before, only missing two lifts, one in each category. Her left hand looks a little weak on that one. Let's see if she's able to lock it out. And unfortunately, wasn't able to hold onto that bar. You can see that start there, beginning of the lift, when her left hand started to, on the left side, the bar started to drop a little bit out of that. So she'll come back and put things together and see if she gets in a groove on that next attempt. Sarah Webb is up next, attempting 391.3 pounds. She is in the open raw division out of Springtown, Texas.
That's a record. You don't do that?
Yeah, it did a weird jump and shit involved. And then I was just make sure you were right.
Oh, a little bit of action over here in the mother-daughter team. All right, so Sarah Webb, that looks like a good lift from Sarah. So Sarah got a good lift on that. The single lift there is once again making me hungry, so we're going to depart here and go get something to eat, but it's all testament to the fact that you can still enjoy food in the process. It's just like you can learn from the community at kindoffitkindofat.com. It's a website, and they have a booth here as well where they're offering donuts for sale. So it's a website community dedicated to those who love fitness and food. Their mission is to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and still enjoy the process. They're committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body no matter the stage in your fitness journey. So up next is Mandisa Berg, coming in with a deadlift attempt at 402.3 pounds out of Daly City, California. And that was super fast, but if you blinked, you probably missed it. And And Mandisa does not get that lift. Susan Chambers is up next, working on a perfect day out of Chicago, Illinois. Susan at 407.9 pound second attempt, weighing in at 201. And that is a good lift. Hannah Ensel's coming up for the same weight, so it's going to be a pretty quick changeover. Hannah's weighing in at 234.1. All right, so Hannah comes to the platform attempting 407.9 pounds. And that looks good from here. The judges, that's a good lift. 2-1, that's a good lift. Shione Lister is up next. Shione, by the way, is in the super heavyweight open contest, sitting in 4th place right now by 20 kilograms. So she makes this deadlift, and then Abby misses hers. We're looking at a showdown on the final attempts between those two to maintain their spots on the platform. Actually, I'll take that back. They're battling out for second place, Shione and Abby. And from Shione, that's a good lift from Shione. Marissa Wilson's opening deadlift attempt really cost her on her place on the platform. Good work on her squats and bench press. Abby is up next, working on a perfect day at a 451.9 pound deadlift attempt. This is for a state record out of Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. That is a good lift for Abby. Up next is going to be Marissa Wilson. Marissa is reattempting her opening deadlift at 205 kilos. Marissa holds 2 world records coming into this and put on a really good show in her squats and her bench press. Deadlifts haven't quite gone the way she needs them to stay on the podium for the USPA Drug Tested National Championship, sponsored by SBD, coming out of Palm Springs, California. And she picks it up. Let's see if technically that's a good lift. Oh, unfortunately, that is not a good lift, guys. That is going to be an interesting turn of events for Marissa. So for those of you keeping track, Marissa is a squat and a bench press world record holder right now, unless she misses her final deadlift attempt. So at this point, it's not about staying on the podium for Marissa. It's about getting that deadlift, so those records count. The world records do not count if she does not get a total today. I really hope that she's able to pull this out, because that would be a very, very long ride home. We are wrapping up the second round of deadlifts with Gabby Dixon coming in at 573.2 pounds. And Gabby stands up with it. The judges say no. no lift. The side judges, red lights, no lift. She's talking with the side judges now to find out what was going on. Usually that means that we're soft in the knees or it was a lockout issue. I'm not sure what she was called for there. All right, guys, things have really shaken up here towards the end of the day in the super heavyweight open contest. As it stands right now, if third attempts are made, you're looking at Gabby Abby Shione. Yep. Oh no. And Bonnie is really close. Mackenzie is finishing out her day with what looks like a solid deadlift attempt. Let's see how she does. That's a perfect day for Mackenzie. A good show for Mackenzie. Coming up next is Bonnie Hogue with an Indiana State record attempt at 380.3 pounds. This will put her solidly in place for a chance at the podium if another lifter misses their final attempt. So they're going to clean the bar off for Bonnie. As we're all living on some energy drinks right now, getting us through this last part of the day. We've had a very long day, very long 2 days. I'm sitting next to somebody who competed yesterday and going to compete tomorrow. So all of the staff here, we're living on Monster energy drinks and Rogue Rain Total Body Fuel. Monster energy drinks providing us with the Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, and Ultra Series. Of course, the Muscle Monster, I had the Vanilla Muscle on earlier. It was a pretty tasty drink. Bonnie comes up the platform with her 380.3 pound final deadlift attempt. She didn't get this last time. Let's see how she does this time. Her grip is a little bit better. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be a no lift for Bonnie. And Rain Total Body Fuel with energy drinks from Rain. I had some of their drinks that taste like cotton candy yesterday. They were pretty tasty. Oh, thanks. I didn't realize there were other super heavyweight women on the other platform. So I didn't. I'm talking about what's happening over here. So that's a good point. Alexandra Washington's come to the platform with a world record attempt at 392.4 pounds. This is a junior lifter deadlifting nearly twice her body weight. Also working on a perfect day. And she wasn't able to get that one off the ground. Mandisa Berg is coming up next. Mandisa Berg is looking to finish out her day with a successful deadlift. She missed this on her last one at 182.5 kilos. And she locks in her belt. Wedges herself under the bar. Gets big air. And that looks strong from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is a no lift for Mandisa. Still a good show from Mandisa today, but deadlifts didn't quite go where she wanted. Sarah Webb is coming up next with a 418.9 pound deadlift attempt. And Sarah Webb's final deadlift attempt at 418.9 pounds is a good lift. Susan Chambers is coming up next out of Chicago, Illinois. She's looking to end on a perfect day with her final attempt at 424.4 pounds. All right, Susan's getting ready to lock herself underneath the bar. A lot of fight out of Susan. And she gets the down command. That is a good lift for Susan. She definitely locks out that last final deadlift and gets a perfect day. Hannah Ensel is up next, attempting a New Jersey state record at 424.4 pounds. So the same weight. So that'd be a pretty quick change out between the two. You see Hannah over there grab a little bit of that smelling salt before she comes out. What a fight out of Hannah. What a fight out of Hannah. And that is a good lift for Hannah. That is a New Jersey state record. We are now looking at the last 4 deadlifts of the day on the blue platform. The last 4 deadlifts of the day on the blue platform. Marissa Wilson is coming up next. Guys, Marissa needs to get this deadlift. She needs to get this deadlift. If she misses this deadlift, those world records do not stand. If she does not get a total in this meet, the world records that she set earlier in the day in that solo performance do not stand. You see, hear the crowd getting behind Marissa. She's definitely strong enough, so whatever technical issues she's been having, let's hit. Oh no. And that was a good performance from Marissa today. A really good performance. Unfortunately, those deadlifts didn't quite go the way that she needed them to. So, she's no longer a contender for the national championship title and is not a world record holder. Shione Lister is up to the platform with a 463-pound deadlift attempt. And the judges say that is a good lift for Shione. Coming up next, we have Abby Fulkerson attempting a Missouri state record coming out of St. Louis at 474 pounds. All right, Abby comes up to the platform, addresses the bar. Abby's working on a perfect day. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say for Abby. That is a good lift. That's a perfect day for Abby and a new Missouri State record. Our final deadlift attempt on the blue platform, unless Abby takes a fourth, or Gabby gets this one and takes a fourth, will be Gabby Wilson's third deadlift attempt at 260 kilos, 573 pounds. For a world record, 573 pounds for a world record. And the crowd is definitely getting behind Gabby. Gabby's getting hype from her coach. 573 pounds in the bar. Here we go. Everybody's on their feet. And she stands up with it. The judges say, that's a good lift. That's a new world record. A new world record from Gabby. 573 pounds. She's getting her gear checked now, and we are done on the blue platform. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. to kick off lifting. We're going to start to see the men lifting tomorrow. And the awards ceremony will be coming up next. So we'll see how things shake out with the other super heavyweight lifters on the red platform. Thanks again for joining us today, and we're going to close things out, tally up scores, and then come back. Or not live, we're not streaming the awards, so it'll be the awards somebody here locally.
It's a requirement. Whatever you guys want to do, I'll make it happen.